Okay, let's start live streaming. All right, everybody, thank you for your patience. We were having some technical difficulties, but we have those now resolved, which is excellent news. All right, let's start our hearings. So I'd like to warmly welcome Ange Holt from the Te Awamutu Community Board. Hi, Ange.
Morena tātou, lovely to be here yet again. You're all going to breathe a big sigh of relief. Ange hasn't got a book to outline to you. I really just wanted to come this morning to say a huge thank you to everybody who made it possible for the community board to participate in this whole process with the alcohol policy and bylaws right from the very get-go. We really felt a part of it. We felt listened to. A special thanks to Mika and her team. Mika was just amazing. She just, anything we wanted to know, if she didn't know, she found out. So I really wanted to just take this opportunity to voice that to this group, to be able to say it worked really well for us. We felt heard. We feel that the community was able to get their concerns and comments across the line. And I think the really neat thing out of the whole lot was some of the things that we said have actually ended up influencing and being a part of that policy. So a huge thank you to everybody and especially the team that did that. So that's me for today. Thank you.
Oh, excellent, Ange. Look, and thank you very, thank you
shocking.
very much for the accolades to the staff, and yeah, that's really appreciated. Your acknowledgement of that. So, look, does anyone have a specific question to the submission?
Oh, did I write something? I hope it's not too hard.
Morena, e hoa kanui te mihi ki a koe I tai mai nei I tō kōrero mo tō tuhi I a mātou. So thank you so much for coming along today, Ange. And a tāhua o kōrero I whakanui koe I a Maika, kei reira, me mona kaimahi o te kaunihira. So thank you so much. Just checking though, Ange, because I see there's a bit of I in there. Is it a we?
Oh, it should be a we.
Ka pai,
yep,
that's all.
Yep, kia ora. It was actually something that I had put into my original chair report, and it was just a oops when I missed it, and I'd already got the submissions in and went, oh, drat, there's a couple of we's. I think I actually asked Jo if she was able to change it, but it had already gone to the next part. So yeah,
and just
definitely we's.
Yeah, just a subset, only because Andrew did the same too. That's why I was looking at both of them last night going, is this theirs or the community board?
Yep, definitely for the community board. Yep, kia ora.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, Ange. Hey, look, and of course, we'll be deliberating on this work on the 22nd of this month. Okay, so.
Kia ora, thank you. Have a great day and good luck with everything.
Thank you, Ange. All right, now we have our second submitter, Anish Chand here on behalf of the licensing inspectors. You can find his submission on page 360 of our report. Good morning, Anish. Thanks for coming today. Nice to have you here.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity. I think I've been here second time, so good to see the familiar faces again. I'd like to say, actually, I think this will be repeated a few times today. You know, what's the purpose for the lab? You know, providing safely and responsibly, you know, alcohol, you know, licensed premises. You know, licensed premises is one, I would say, actually, particularly on licensed premises is one where people, you know, have a safe environment to drink in compared to when you actually buy alcohol cheap from bottle stores in supermarkets. So I think that those are the two key things I want you to sort of consider and reflect on, because what happens with cheap alcohol is, you know, people side load, you know, preload sort of before they get to the pubs. And businesses are losing money. And that's what we've had from the businesses in town. People, you know, go to their cars, you know, to drink. Because if you compare the price of liquor, what you buy from supermarket is quite cheap. Yeah, so I did a comparison actually in terms of the price you can see for yourself on the Countdown supermarket, you know. This is of actually, I was trying to wake up last night to see, you know, what I can do to champion alcohol harm or against alcohol harm. An example, Export Ultra Gold, you know, cost $1.58 per bottle for a pack of 24. You don't find that price in actually pub, taverns or restaurants. Generally, you will be around $7. So, and the more you drink is when people get excited, they do funny things, they do exciting things, they're not themselves. And it's okay to enjoy responsibly. That's the key actually I'm looking at. So I'm here to represent the inspectors, that we actually advocate against alcohol harm. What we do is we are charged under the Act to work independent of council and everybody else to sort of present a holistic view to the committee, DL District Licensing Committee and RLI as to what, is the issue or concern, or if licenses are doing, what they're doing well. So it's not actually being critical at this, but also in a positive, in a way too. So when reporting, we always, independent, objective, compliance focus, and if there is a dispute in terms of natural justice, the processes, it's been unfair. There's always a process actually to hear the hearing, which provides an opportunity for applicant. And if they don't like that, there's also an opportunity for an appeal. So what comes in the lab is actually, it's not set in stone. DLC actually has a possibility to look at that and implement that as a must, unless it's a discretionary. Discretionary is something they can look at. I think firstly, I'd like to thank actually you people, especially regarding proposal in a draft for CAP, reducing unlicensed hours to 1 a.m. and broadening the definition of sensitive site, example, including a marae, which wasn't there. That's sacred, it's some of the things we can look at. Perhaps it will be argued, it could be probably not very broad, but put down into, especially you can easily identify. I think that is an option you can look at today, and decide. You can make the definition more clear. So, it just only certain businesses, get, captured, not everybody else. But sensitive side do have issues, There might be businesses, organization who actually are advocate for alcohol harm, people with, alcohol addiction going to see them for services. And marketing is actually one of the biggest issue. And I think one of the things you can get people on board is through marketing, visible presentation, what you can see in the front store, a presentation of how, signs are displayed inside, to get, as, you go on Super Tuesday in Pack and Save, it does attract attention, what's special at the sandwich board. So those are the things actually it does happen. And I think it can't be argued, it doesn't happen in our town, it happens. And recently, Supreme Court actually ruled that, restriction may be justified if there's a reasonable likelihood it will reduce alcohol-related harm. And public perception actually can be adapted, even if you don't have evidence, it's what community wants. And I think looking at the results for CAP and actually off-license hours, a majority of the people, 77% of people supported CAP on off licenses. And I think looking at the boundary set is actually mostly CBDs, and there are places like Kiki, Lamington, and if you look at the report from Medical Officer of Health, there exists harm. If you look at the report that I attach in this submission from the police, there is evidence of harm in our country, in our town. But they may not be visible always, you might not see it. But it happens, people lose lives, by road accident. They probably lose the quality of life, actually, because, they've lost or probably been paralyzed in accidents, all the money that's supposed to go to kids for good nutrition actually goes into actually alcohol. So, kids deprived of education, food. Those are the things actually happen. So it's not always visible, it happens. Police data does show actually there are things that happens in our community. And I'd like to quote actually Police Commissioner Andrew Costa, what he said on 4th June in RNZ interview with Guy Spinner. He said, police estimate the harm from alcohol to be 7.8 billion a year, compared to 1.8 billion for illegal drugs like, methamphetamine. You put that figure, and you put yourself as a licensee of the premises, who's providing a safe consumption area, especially restaurants, they're providing a safe environment, but cheap alcohol, what does it do? It gives people, to ability to drink more. Yeah. And sort of, and he also said, about 85% of alcohol was sold from bottle stores, supermarkets, and other off-licensed premises. And that was one of the aim when the government was doing the regulation. They put a stricter control on supermarket because they are the highest sellers of alcohol in the community. Everybody goes to the supermarket, they buy alcohol with the bread, milk, and butter, But, and to say that, you can think it will be, inconvenience of customers. It's not. Schools don't open until 8:30, People don't come and drop kids to school at 8:30. Bottle stores don't open until 9. So not everybody drinks actually beer, they drink whiskey and wine too, So to say inconvenience should not be actually regarded when actually deciding on the lab, because if you look at the objective of the lab, we're here to decide and advocate what community wants, and community has spoken in our surveys actually. Yeah. So anyone who supplies cheap alcohol is a problem. That is the view of inspectors. Yeah. And Emma Hodge actually quoted a study actually, extension in opening hours of alcohol stores resulted in increased alcohol related injuries, mainly vehicle related injuries and assaults. So it does happen in the community. We provided a snapshot in our report, in our previous report. Street fight happens, people get excited after drinks. Yeah. And studies looking at the effect of reduction in opening hours have shown a significant decrease in alcohol related harm. This is a quote from Medical Officer of Health, who suggested local data from police following a reduction in opening hours in Timaru showed a reduction in violent offending, not just change in the time this occurred. So it's not was only to reduce by one hour, but actually it reduced because people who go and buy alcohol late are the ones who do side loading, preloading, when they go to the pubs and towns. Yeah. I think this is a very strong statement I'm saying, but I'm implicating myself. I have done that as a young, teenager, in universities, and it's common. It happens. Yeah, I think all you need to do is go out and talk to the businesses. Yeah, and the effect of exposure on marketing, in terms of young age people with neurocognitive development or history of alcohol dependence, adults may be more vulnerable to actually marketing. Children aged 11 to 2 years are more exposed to alcohol marketing 4.5 times per day. Of these, 31% are shops front signage, 19% on unlicensed retailers, and 16% off license. So, and Tamariki Maori have a 5 times greater exposure to alcohol advertising compared to European children. So it does, yeah. So we advocate banning all types of alcohol promotion, at least on the frontage of the shop for bottle stores. Yeah, supermarkets, they already actually can't actually advertise outside the single alcohol area. So that's actually already protected. And sort of, and what's visible from outside the premises. We're not saying, you sort of shed out the window to actually prevent any visibility of alcohol. It's going to be, a hard task to do it. But recently the bottle stores actually have been putting boards and, bollards actually, and making things you can't even see inside because of crime. Crime is another thing that happens. Actually, more bottle stores means more crime. More bottle stores or, more off license. Even supermarkets, the grocery means I can go and get my $1.90 can of, beer or bottle, in a pack of 24 around the corner.
I'm just mindful, Anish, that there might be some questions, and I think we're almost at time, so.
Okay, I'll just try and I think to argue sufficient system and training actually helps. It doesn't. Businesses do fail, they fail CPUs, they have suspensions, and we had one business who lost a license lately. People do take shortcuts. More businesses means, more competition. Price-wise, discretionary condition, I think one is, it's very important that you make a policy direction as to what deals you all should consider. And if you do, and the court actually has already recognized, council can choose the way they want the policies to be dictated. So you don't necessarily have to leave it to DLC to determine. I can give you an example where a bottle store across from another bottle store had a single alcohol area actually condition implemented, but not the one across the road. Because, yeah, you might, because is it actually reducing harm? And actually, across the road is still selling, and there's no argument to actually try and get that as a condition. Yeah, not really. So I think if you look at those, there are certain things like display of information, policy, house responsibility, alcohol-related incident, and CCTV is one of those you could actually implement as a must, you know. And there's always a way you can word it that DLC actually, you know, can look at otherwise if applicant comes with evidence is not required. CCTV in supermarkets already in use. Privacy Commissioner already codes that actually this is from their website, which says very clearly CCTV is already in use in bottle stores, supermarkets, etc., which they have already are required to comply with the privacy rules. And it says, sort of giving people raw CCTV footage of themselves when in many cases not present a problem. For instance, CCTV, this is not my words, this is the Privacy Commissioner's words on the website. CCTV used in supermarket or other types of public place is less sensitive than video taken in a gym, swimming pool, hospital, or prison. So think of that, you know, we can. Yes.
Thank you, Anish. Look, I can see you're very passionate about, and look, there's no doubt about it. Obviously, you're a subject matter expert, really. You live and
Yes.
breathe this every day. So I really appreciate your submission and the detail and the effort that you've put into it. I will open the floor to questions if that's okay, because I
Yeah,
think there'll be a few.
thank you.
I might just kick it off if that's all right. You mentioned the CCTV. And because of your knowledge in this space, how successful has that been in other parts of the country where it has, you know, been included as a must-have, as you said? Have you seen other examples of that?
I believe Auckland Council tried to, but they haven't actually included. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the lab yet, but court has already recognized it's up to the council how they want actually to be implemented. If that's what they want, it can happen. And privacy law is always a debate, but it's just how they do it. It's possible. They're already using CCTV.
Many are, you're
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
right. You're quite
yes.
right. So I'm just looking for examples. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah.
that. And my other question just around, your list, well, actually more of a comment, your exclusions, like on page 378, just really appreciate the detail that you've gone into. And I think that will help us with a lot of our deliberations further down the track. So,
Yes.
right, Claire.
Is that Roger has put a question in the chat. So
No, that's for members of the committee.
So questions, Dale Marie?
Tēnā koe, Anish. Thank you so much for coming today and putting in your submission. I know this is your work you do every day. I just picked up in regards, you do agree with the 40 metres. Who else has 40 metres for sensitive sites? Just because I want to have 100 metres is would be my preference.
I think in our submission, we said we agree, but it needs to be increased. We think, 40 meters, if I'm sitting from here, end of that room is 40 meters, can be easily seen, distinguish what's going on. And in towns, most of the properties are actually quite close by, so 40 meters actually defeats the purpose. Yeah, so I think it's not enough in our view.
Yeah, I agree, because I know in Hamilton City alone, Hui Te Rangiora, the marae that sits next to Pack and Save, it was there in 1966 and Pack and Save wasn't. So I'm one of the people that have advocated for marae to be put on that sensitive sites list. So that's why I was wanting to know a little bit more from you. Kia ora, thank you so much.
We'll go to Lou.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and very nice to hear everything. I was just a bit concerned when you said it, you want to change these discretionary conditions to putting in the words unless there is good reason not to. This will control, of course, the number of beverages being sold at an event to any one individual. And it also means that the time restricting the size and the shape of the actual vessel, and also having all the things like queue management and all that. So this is quite a big area to actually operate in. And we're dealing this in I'm just looking at it as an oversight, having organised a number of events myself, that actually could be done with discussion, perhaps with your department to start the thing, but to actually have it early on when we're actually applying for the permit, I find that might be a bit difficult to actually implement.
I think it's a fair point for particularly a small special license with 100 or 250 less for people. So I think that could be worded in such a way it only is implemented for a large scale event, and we had come across issues where, six person is allowed, a six, per person, and six probably RTD per person is quite a lot to drink actually. And I think police commented in one of those events, actually, if they had a more space in the cell, they would have put actually more people in the prison that night, actually. They didn't have space. So I think it's a fair point to look at that way, for smaller scale spatial, it's not such a need. Yeah. I think, it's probably, that's what my point.
So the operative words would be unless there is a good reason not to.
Yes.
They're the operative words, aren't they?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so I can accept that. I just wanted to clarify that to myself.
Yes, and DLC will have a final say, if they feel applicant has voiced concern. And I think in terms of inspectors, all I can say is we are very reasonable. There are times where you'll only get our attention if you had problems before. We will not try and enforce that in a small club special licenses, because there's already a licensed premises. So I think you can cherry pick what you think may be more important in terms of consistency across district.
Thank you for that. Claire.
Thanks. Really appreciate your submission. I wanted to just check with you about your comments to do with the harm that the cheaper alcohol that's available at supermarkets is doing, because I'm aware that Auckland's new LAP is looking at reducing the hours of that alcohol can be sold for supermarkets in particular. So making that distinction, between an off license and an on license, so they're looking at not allowing alcohol sales after 9 p.m, which is different to what we consulted on. But I just wondered what your comments were about that change.
I think we recommend anything lesser hours is actually will control, what happens, people who go late in the night to buy drinks. I think if you look at in our district, I think apart from Fresh Choice, I think most of the businesses in Countdown, in TA, in Cambridge, they're the only one who open after 9. Even the bottle stores don't open, most of them. There's a couple of them, they might open, depends on in time of the year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. One bottle store owner said to us is, actually just last week, I would be happy to close at 9 actually. Because the reason we only open is because of competition. So if that's what, you guys decide is I'll close it. And for supermarkets, it's not inconvenience because there's already established a single alcohol area. They can always close the area in an area where they can actually prohibit, and they can also close it quite cleverly with the tilt. Just close it actually with the system, you can't.
Okay.
I've been to supermarket actually past 9 and they said, no, you can't. A minute before actually.
Yeah.
So it's quite easy to do it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That's
All right. Look, thank you for that, Anish. Look, we'll leave it at that. And thank you again for your detailed submission. Really appreciate that. We'll be deliberating course on the 22nd of this month.
Can I just make one suggestion for something actually regarding alcohol control bylaw?
Yes.
We always get actually dispensation for on Tiamutu Library.
Right.
And we feel, if, community hall in Cambridge has been exempted, that is something can be looked at actually exempting that and Kiki Hall. Because we do a dispensation against the bylaw sort of to allow people to bring alcohol and take, half a bottle empty actually in an area which is alcohol banned. So I think it'll be convenience, and I'll encourage, use our community hall more if for BYO events, and police always has powers to actually control what happens.
Okay. Well, let's make it to note that, and so it will be under consideration. Thank you, Anish, again.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. We've got, look, and apologies, Paul is online, and Paul, sorry for the delay. I know that you have been waiting patiently there. I'm sure interested in the conversations as well. So Paul Radich is from General Distributors Limited. Welcome to Waipa District Council. It's great. Appreciate your submission. So the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear my submission. General Distributors Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary of Woolworths Supermarkets, so I feel like I tuned in at the right time to hear some of the conversation. There are a couple of things that I would like to correct. First of all, everyone in Auckland is closing at 9 or has to cease selling alcohol at 9 o'clock. It's not limited to supermarkets. and what I can tell you as somebody who's going through that exercise in Auckland at the moment, the simplicity of that process is well and truly overstated. It is deeply complex. It is challenging to say the least, and horrendously expensive. I'm sure other providers who provide other products such as groceries like us are having a similar conversation. So it's not simple. I guess the one part of the conversation that I heard and is reflected in our submission is this conversation around discretionary conditions. And I think it's fair to say that conversation has also been oversimplified. In order to impose discretionary conditions, regardless of what an LAP says, there has to be an evidential basis for it. So if there are a whole lot of discretionary conditions in your LAP, and I would argue that that's not the place for them, but whether they're there or not, there has to be evidence to support them being imposed on a licensee. Now, our issue with them being in the LAP is, and as you've just heard, there's things from CCTV footage and various other aspects, and to banning beer pong cups and various other legally available products. Is every time we go to a hearing because a licensing inspector has decided that this would be a good idea, it costs us a significant amount of money. And because it's in the LAP, as we're going through with Auckland at the moment, because it's in the LAP, they by default become mandatory conditions where licensing inspectors want to impose them on every single license rather than a discretionary condition with an evidential basis to support its imposition. Equally, when we start talking about CCTV footage, the Act doesn't provide the police or the licensing inspector with access to CCTV footage. And the Privacy Commission has been really clear. Our CCTV footage is our CCTV footage, and we need to protect the privacy of those people in it. We have an arrangement with the police to provide CCTV on request, but the ability for a licensing inspector to simply walk in and demand to see our CCTV footage, according to our advice from the Privacy Commissioner, breaches the Privacy Act. So there's a number of things that are going on in your LAP, and by and large, we can accept most of it. The challenge for us is the discretionary conditions, and again, from what I've heard, how those conditions are going to be applied. And again, from what I've heard, the cost to us as a business when the evidential basis to support the imposition of those conditions will likely be lacking. I'm happy to answer any questions. The rest of our submission is relatively detailed, but I thought I'd take the opportunity to talk about that. I was going to talk about discretionary conditions anyway. It just so happened I tuned in at the right time.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. Are there any questions at this point in time from any other elected members? No. I had a question actually, Paul, on your point number 26 on page 255 for our members. You mentioned a licensee can choose to adopt alternative security measures to comply with the relevant planning framework. Can you give some examples of what they could be?
I'm just trying to get down to my point 26.
That's all right. Just it's in relation to the CCTV cameras.
So we've got a range of other alternatives. We've got security guards. We've got body-worn cameras. We've also got panic alarms. There's a range of other options available to us as retailers, and we've got distress alarms that are worn on people's wrists. There's a range of things, and as technology develops and as we become more widely aware of what's in the market, particularly overseas, CCTV footage might not be the way for us moving forward. We've got some new technology at checkouts that we're trialing, which helps us understand whether people have actually scanned their products properly. So there's a range of things that are coming, and this is an area of the world that is moving very, very quickly. CCTV footage might not be the way of the future, and that's just the reality of it. CCTV is horrendously expensive to both operate and to store. So, you know, in a world of where we were trying to reduce the cost of groceries, we have to look at those costs as well. I'm not sure that answered your question, but there's a range of other options other than CCTV footage.
Yeah, no, and it was just good
employ.
to understand what the future might look like for your industry. So yeah, you mentioned it in your submission, so I was interested in that. Are there any other questions around the table? No. Oh, Lou.
Thank you, Paul. It's very interesting to listen to you. I just wanted to ask one question. Off licenses sell to all of the higher alcohol content drinks, whereas I see that under your discretionary conditions, you're unable to sell those, as I say. Does that differentiate your licenses at all, or not, the fact that you can or can't sell hard liquor, as we can call it, appropriately?
Yes, so under the Act, supermarkets are only allowed to sell beer, wine, and effectively fruit wine, which is cider. Does it differentiate our licenses? Most definitely, but equally we sell, 13,000 everyday household products as well as beer, wine, and cider. So we're not a specialised liquor retailer. The highest alcohol volume that we can sell is, I think, from memory, 15%. So that's the limit of it, and that's where it starts and stops. And without boring you of the intricate detail, in order to be classified a wine or a fruit wine or a beer, there's actually quite a elongated and boring test that everybody needs to pass. It's not simply some matter of putting wine on a product and supermarkets being able to sell it.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Hey, so Paul, I don't see any other questions around the table, but just firstly, I think, we will be deliberating later on this month, but we certainly don't underestimate any changes that will directly affect your business. And we certainly don't underestimate the amount of work for you in any changes that are made, because I think, your point was well made. This isn't necessarily simple. And in our deliberations, I've no doubt that elected members will be, analysing that as well. But look, thank you for your engagement in this process. Your input is absolutely crucial. So really appreciate you zooming in today. So thank you again.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Bye for now. All right, everybody, we will move on to our next submitter, which is Greg. Greg, I believe, is online. I think we caught a glimpse of him a little bit earlier from Super Liquor. So welcome, Greg. Thank you for attending our hearings today. And if you're ready, the next 10 minutes is yours. Oh, now I think you might be on mute.
There you go. Technology.
Oh, that's better. Much better. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity. It would have been nice to be there in person today. I'm actually at a hearing in Otago in Dunedin today. But I do appreciate the opportunity to be allowed to present to you. If I could start, I won't go through my submission, but I would like to, I'm not sure if you've got copies of the submission, but I would like to just talk about a few things in that. And there's probably a number of things that I definitely agree with Paul Radich, who's just presented in regards to the discretionary conditions. But by way of introduction, my name's Greg Hall. I'm the National Operations Manager for Super Liquor Holdings. I have a team of 6 people and responsible for the day-to-day running, if you like, of compliance and brand standards for 190 stores through New Zealand. I was actually born in Tauranga and studied at the University of Waikato. So reason for telling that, I'm actually am familiar with the area. And probably from a Super Liquor Holdings point of view, we're really supportive of LAPs. And it's probably the discretionary conditions that concerns us the most. That our main concern is that we can see the potential that they'll be applied unfairly. And as a company, all we are looking for from councils, for LAPs, is that We just want a level playing field to operate in. So what is good for one should be good for another. So if I can, I've just got my notes in front of me. Probably if I just make a couple of comments. Question 3 surrounding the sensitive facilities, and we're very conscious of that. The only thing I do ask the committee to look at is, and I think you've got it covered, but just to really stress the point of current businesses. So currently in the Waipai area, we have 2 stores. We have one in Cambridge and one in Te Awamutu, and those stores are run by extremely professional operators and probably have some of the, I would say, the highest standards as far as shopping experience and operational standards within the area, if not New Zealand. So I'm kind of concerned, I suppose, in the sense that we're operating good now. Is there a potential for a sensitive facility to be set up next to us, to one of our stores, and when that license is up for renewal, we fall into the trap of being too close? So I think what we need to do is we need to basically have a high degree of understanding of the businesses that are in place at the moment, and almost exemptions going forward if that type of thing happens and they're good operators and running good businesses, that their license can't be challenged. So that was the first thing I wanted to make. The second thing was just looking at question 4, that as far as a cap on licenses, we don't support any cap because we think that applications should be judged on its own merits. And 6 years is a long time. I've resided in Christchurch for the last 30 years, and we've been through, for example, the earthquake, and we've seen a massive move in residential shopping precincts within that time. And I'm not saying, to the extremes of earthquakes, but we do have roading changes, we do have growth in residential areas. And I think to put a cap on that is maybe, if you can excuse it, but slightly short-sighted in the sense we don't know what the future is. And so once again, I just wanted to reinforce that I think every license should be judged on its own merit. The next point I'd just like to make around the alcohol bans, and we're really supportive of that. We'd love to work with the trade agencies or the DLC in regards to liquor ban areas, and we're happy to promote, to apply, to fix posters up and educate our customers of the liquor ban areas. So we think that that's really good. And then it comes into, I suppose, the discretionary conditions. And as I said when I started, I do agree with a lot with Paul Radich, what he said. And I'd like to raise just a couple of points. If I look at, I suppose, the banning of non-alcohol products, and Mr. Radich mentioned about, beer pong and with the cups and those type of things. We also sell cups for picnics, drinking vessels and those type of things. So it means that I'm not sure how you do it, but if you actually said you can't sell a cup, does that mean supermarkets also can't sell cups for picnics and those type of things? So I think it's going to be very hard one to define. As far as the buy now, pay later schemes, we're fully supportive of that. As a business, we have a policy. We do not allow any of our franchisees to operate a buy now, pay later official scheme, if you like. Once again, I was just really putting my hand up just to talk to you about is that the definition of a buy now, pay later scheme, internally, we say the official scheme. So this is things like Afterpay. I suppose there's just to tread with caution there that things like a Visa card, for example, effectively is a buy now, pay later. And things like trade customers, for example, that we may have a business in town that, like a restaurant, that buys from us but pays effectively a couple of weeks later. So provided we're all on the same page, as far as the formal things like Afterpay, we don't allow that in our businesses, and we're fully supportive of that condition. But I'd like to see it added maybe to an LAP rather than a discretionary condition. And that's pretty much it. I suppose I just wanted to point out a key things. We think if it's really important, discretionary conditions should be put in the LAP rather than applied separately, and we think that's the fairest way to do it. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Lovely. Thank you, Greg. Excellent submission. I guess I just wanted to, in your submission itself, you did ask for a sort of a clarification around council to provide clarity about what is a new licence. And I wondered if one of our staff could address that now for you. So this is on page 264. And I guess this is around if a business sells that the new licence is not considered a new licence. So are you able to provide clarity, staff, on that for Greg? Oh, sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm pretty sure, Madam, that it was that way. I just wanted that kind of a little bit of assurance. But once again, you guys will deliberate and come up with that. I'm fairly sure that the way I read it was how you intended it, which was good in the sense of if someone sells, the new license is not effectively new. We're talking about new premises that haven't potentially operated within a 12-month period, something like that.
Yes, I will just find the definition for you. It is defined in the local alcohol policy under definitions. A new off license means an off license or proposed off license in respect of a premises that is subject to an off license for the first time, or a premises that has not been subject to an off license in the 12 months prior to the relevant license application.
So the way I suppose it was just bringing it up to the way I hear that, I understand it to be the way is great.
Great. Okay. And that was, yeah, I think that's good to clarify. And look, understand you're concerned around the caps. That is going to be a big deliberation around this table when we on the 22nd of this month, because it is something that is quite contentious for our community. Now, are there any other questions? The beer pong seems to be coming up quite a bit. Very popular pastime, it appears. So, yeah, something that, yeah, again, those cups and how they kind of, yeah, the unintended consequences is really what you're referring to in your comments. So, yeah, there's something that we need to.
The interesting thing, Madam, is that I suppose a lot of our stores are next to, for example, a convenience store. So it means that someone could go in and buy some beer, and if they want to drink that beer out of a cup, they'll go. If we're not allowed to, they'll just go into the convenience store next to and buy a cup and where they go into the picnic. So it's something that it does seem a little bit bizarre, but as I say, it's in your court.
Yeah, no, thank you. Will be some interesting deliberations ahead of us, that's for sure. Greg, thank you. Appreciate your submission. Again, really appreciate the fact that you're really engaged with this process. It's important to us. So thanks for your contribution. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll move on to our next submitter. We have submitter Ian, hopefully, who is online. He's from Foodstuffs North Island Limited. Ian, are you there? Zoe, do we have him online? Oh, I think we'll give you a minute or so. We've got oh, there you are. Good morning, Ian. No, I think you're on mute, so we'll just give you a second to get your microphone working. That's right, take your time.
How's that?
Oh, bingo. That is absolutely perfect. Okay. Hey, good morning, Ian. Thank you for participating in our hearings this morning. And if you're ready, the next 10 minutes is yours.
Sure, Morena. Yes, my name is Ian Thane. I am one of the lawyers who acts for Foodstuffs North Island Limited, and I often advise them and assist them with alcohol licensing issues. And in relation to that role, I've, over the years, done quite a few cases involving appeals and also submissions in relation to proposed local alcohol policies, and also individual applications for new licenses and new renewals for supermarkets and grocery stores. Foodstuffs, as you know, is the franchisor of grocery stores and supermarkets under the Foursquare, New World and Pack and Save brands. In Waipa, there is Foursquare Cambridge, Foursquare Parongia, New World Cambridge and Pack and Save Te Awamutu at the moment. And there is a planned new store in Cambridge. Each Foodstuffs store is independently owned and operated. So as I said, they are franchised by Foodstuffs North Island Limited, but each store is a separate business owned by an independent owner-operator. And so each store has its own separate license. This distinguishes Foodstuffs from Woolworths. Woolworths is a corporate that owns all of its stores and has employed managers run them. So Woolworths subsidiary General Distributors Limited has the license on all of its stores, whereas for Foodstuffs, each store has an individual license held by an individual company. The first of the issues on which Foodstuffs wished to address you, and you'll have seen from the written submission, is the question of the proposal for a proximity restriction, a new one. 40 metres, Foodstuffs considers is too large. It's too large because it leads to restrictions on what can be done in terms of new supermarket or grocery store development, particularly in compact town centres, and particularly because the definition of community facilities as well as sensitive sites is broad, and therefore a lot of suitable sites for new development would run foul of the proposed new restriction. There's also a proposed restriction in relation to distances between 40 metres and 100 metres, and that one allows for district licensing committees to make a qualitative assessment as to whether or not the location of a new off-licence might impact on users of facilities. That, coupled with the proposal for the 40-metre restriction, leads to uncertainty. Businesses don't look to invest when they cannot get adequate certainty in advance of whether or not their investment is going to be valuable. And for supermarkets and grocery stores, this is not dairies, but genuine grocery stores, the ability to hold an alcohol license and therefore to provide a one-stop shop for all of a customer's grocery needs is critical. So uncertainty about whether or not an off-license can be obtained for any given location is a significant chilling effect on decisions to invest in your area. That leads me to the issue around the proposed cap, and it's the same issue there for Foodstuffs. A cap leads to a disincentive to develop in an area. It also, and perhaps more broadly, and of more interest to you, it also can lead to unintended consequences in the sense that existing licensees become entrenched and therefore they're not exposed to competition from perhaps higher quality licensees, which then has the unintended negative consequence of perhaps increasing alcohol-related harm rather than leading to a general betterment of operators that would help to minimise alcohol-related harm. Foodstuffs is very pleased to see the proposal for maximum trading hours for off-licences in your area, so no submission against that. In terms of the discretionary conditions that you're proposing for off-licences, it sounds from my time when I was listening to the previous two submitters that you've already heard submissions in relation to a few of these, and Foodstuffs shares some of those views. In relation to CCTV, Foodstuffs stores do all use CCTV, so there's no concerns about requiring that. The concern that Foodstuffs has is the suggestion that a district licensing committee could require CCTV footage to be provided to other parties. There are privacy concerns that come in at that point. And a broader picture point for perhaps the officers at the council to consider is Foodstuffs considers that any discretionary condition in relation to CCTV would be ultra vires the Act. Section 77 of the Act limits what can be the subject of policies in a local alcohol policy. And in our view, this proposed CCTV condition goes beyond that limit. The same is true of the proposal to ban the sale of non-alcohol products. Again, that would be outside of the scope of what Parliament has allowed councils to put in local alcohol policies. In addition, Foodstuffs considers that what is proposed would be unreasonably ambiguous, particularly for supermarkets and grocery stores that sell such a wide range of products. In relation to methods of payment, the proposal to have a discretionary condition prohibiting buy now, pay later provisions is good in what it's seeking to achieve, but might lead to, again, an overreach. Foodstuff stores have click and collect processes. A customer using the click and collect is not charged for the goods that they've chosen to purchase until their order is filled. So theoretically, someone could argue that that is a buy now, pay later scheme, and yet, of course, the effect is not the one that council is seeking to address. It's a wording issue that should be dealt with to make sure that's not inadvertently caught. There's a proposed discretionary condition relating to the sale of single units, so single cans of beer and so on. As you heard from Mr. Radich for Woolworths, supermarkets and grocery stores are already constrained by Parliament in the types of products they can sell. They cannot sell any alcohol product with an alcohol content over 15%, and they are limited to selling only beer, wine, and mead. You don't often see mead in stores, but they're entitled to sell it. And the wine category encompasses fruit wine, and that's where cider sits. But Parliament turned its mind expressly to what range of products supermarkets and grocery stores could sell, and then put additional limitations on the way in which they are sold in supermarkets and grocery stores. A single alcohol area in each of those stores. The products can't be dotted around. They can't be at the entrance or at the checkout. And supermarkets and grocery stores cannot have any external advertising on their stores. They can't advertise the alcohol from the outside of their stores to be seen by customers and so on. Parliament chose not to further restrict stores so that they couldn't sell single cans. And that, in Foodstuffs' view, is for good reason. Single cans allow customers who wish to minimise or manage their spend to do so, or who wish to minimise or manage their alcohol consumption to do so. A customer who wishes to have one can of beer while watching a game on TV can do that. That customer may not wish to be forced to buy a six-pack and then have 6 in the fridge, which they might be tempted to drink all at once. Taking away that option actually could lead to adverse unintended consequences that might increase alcohol-related harm. So leaving the situation as it currently is, where district licensing committees dealing with any particular application can focus on the detail and specifics of that application, rather than suggesting that as a matter of course there should be a no singles condition, allowing a bespoke approach is a better approach. It allows the type of store, etc., and its type of customer to be taken into account. And on that, I mention that there are significant differences between liquor stores, bottle shops, and supermarkets and grocery stores. In addition to the limitation on the types of products that supermarkets and grocery stores can sell, there is the fundamental point that the customers of grocery stores and supermarkets, on the great majority of occasions, are purchasing alcohol products, wine or beer, along with a wider grocery shop, along with food, etc. It is not common for people to buy only alcohol in supermarkets and grocery stores. Quite a distinction from bottle shops. And again, a distinction that district licensing committees are able to take into account when they look at any individual specific application.
Thank
As
you,
to
Ian. Sorry,
sorry, I
your,
was just-
your time,
my
if you've
last
got the
point-
last minute, yeah, last point, go for it.
Yes, my last point was in relation to a minimum unit price that seems to be proposed in the draft LAP. And again, this is an issue that Parliament has considered on, I think now 3 occasions, and on each occasion, Parliament chose not to implement a price limit. It can lead again to unintended adverse consequences. Parliament thought that a minimum price actually will affect adversely moderate drinkers more than heavy drinkers, and chose therefore not to do it. It's a matter which in foodstuff submission should rest with central government to consider again when the time is right to do that, rather than to be the subject of a local alcohol policy.
Thank you, Ian. Now I'll take questions for around the table. Adele Marie.
Tēnā koe, Ian. Thank you for coming to present to us today. As Foodstuffs, I was really interested in your submission last night. My grandmother's brother used to be the CEO of Foodstuffs once upon a time, Russ Thomas.
Oh, yes.
I just want to ask you in regards to sensitive sites, can you give me a little bit more around why you'd like to see it within 40 metres? I'm kind of just thinking about when Pack and Save opened up next to a marae on Clarence Street in Hamilton and right next door. So that marae had been there since 1966 and Foodstuffs opened in, if I remember rightly, 1994. So I just want to get from you why you think that they should be within 40 metres. Kia ora.
I think what Foodstuffs would prefer is the existing policy. And the reason is because a 40-metre as the crow flies dimension in compact town centres will mean that many, many sites are technically within that range and therefore become unusable if it's stated the way it is in the proposed LAP. Specific situations, of course, can always be considered even if there is no policy in an LAP, and they will be considered where the particular nature of the store is one that might be said to have an adverse impact on an adjacent facility. As to a Pack and Save or a New World or even a Foursquare, the fact that it sells beer and wine is not its primary business. It doesn't have that as its central core reason for being. The vast bulk of the products that it sells are, of course, not alcohol. There's no alcohol advertising on the exterior surfaces of the building. So the nature of a Pack and Save or a New World or a Foursquare near a sensitive facility is quite different than a bottle shop, for instance. And the current proposed policy doesn't allow for that difference.
Okay, and just a subsequent one, because I did pick up on how you said that we should be leaving things to central government, but then you said earlier to that, you know, being a bit of an overreach, I kind of have to ask which part would be localism with this being our local policy, you know? So I'm kind of thinking, yeah, we're guided by central, but this is our policy. So I'd like to see that we're influencing that's localism here. So yeah, just thought I'd make that point. Kia ora.
Oh, well, there are two things that play out there. Firstly, there is the Section 77 limit on what it is that can be addressed in a local alcohol policy, and that's just Parliament has set limits around what you can do. That's the first obvious point. And then the second point, that where I was making the submission, is in relation to single sales and a maximum or minimum unit price. Those two matters, when put into a local alcohol policy like this, appear to be just a matter of course type approach, as though there was a general view that we should ban the sale of single cans of beer of certain quantities or certain alcohol capacities or at certain prices without any particular local reason for that. So that's, if there is to be a broad view, that broad view ought to be something that Wellington looks at.
Look, thank you, Ian. I think we'll draw this to a close. We've got our deliberations on the 22nd of this month, so a lot of those issues we still have to, I guess, to work through. And there's a whole heap of other submissions as well where points are made very, very well. But look, can I just say that your submission was exceptional. I don't have any questions because you've articulated and you have clearly outlined exactly, Foodstuffs' positions. So I appreciate you taking the time and for the very concise, but also the information you've provided is really exceptional. So thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Kia ora rā.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. We'll be in touch. Okay, everybody. We are due to break, but I'd like to just to move things slightly. I'd like to invite Stephen, who I think is in the room. He was due to speak to us in person. So with your willingness, we will have Stephen come and present his submission, and then we will break after that. So Stephen, if you'd like to take the hot seat, we call it. And again, I'd like to thank you for your submission. Actually, I very much enjoyed reading your submission. So Stephen, look, we have a member online as well, but if the next 10 minutes are yours, and we may have some questions for you, but as I said, very much enjoyed reading your submission. So the next 10 minutes are yours.
Well, good morning, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much. My submission is really in 3 parts. I answered the first 9 questions and supported, so I won't speak to those. Under question 10, I did elaborate about fees because, in my view, I endorse the fact or the policy that applicants should meet the cost of their fees. I have heard that some people have argued that because commercial activities pay commercial rates, they shouldn't therefore have to pay full cost of application fees. My view is that it is appropriate that certain applications and certain activities do pay the full cost, notwithstanding that they are also a commercial rate payer. The second part of my application was just suggestions as to the wording of the local alcohol policy. Now, I'm not going to go into that. Some of them are pedantic, semantic. Some of them are because of my background, of just identifying the statutory basis. Given that most people who will read a local alcohol policy may not understand the law, I think it is important in every instance to identify where the statutory power comes from. So there's a whole lot of matters there. Again, not necessarily speak to those unless anybody wishes to ask me why I put a particular point in. The third part of my submission, and which I'm prepared to talk to today, is regarding when I read the policy and the statute, the wording of suitability of an applicant. To my mind, I believe the legislation is vague in this area. In the past, I have been associated with a number of professional bodies, and one of the tests has always been a fit and proper person. That doesn't appear here. All it applies as to the suitability of the applicant. In my view, that could possibly be read not just as suitability of the applicant, but in an enhanced reading, the suitability of the applicant having regard to his or her character as an applicant to hold or be granted a license. I would not like to have to determine somebody's suitability by their answer, have you committed an offence? Because most people, in my experience, in dealing with the language of the law, which is my background, consider offences are criminal offences. No, I haven't murdered anyone. No, I haven't committed theft. Of course, if they'd committed theft, I don't think they should be in a business environment. But they don't understand that many statutes contain many offences. And I think that is what the Act is trying to achieve, to determine the suitability. Has the person committed an offence? I believe we relate it to the business environment. So in looking at this, I looked through my record of court cases that I used to use for my students, trying to get students to look at what offences business people, and in particular company directors, commit. And we would look and see the range of them. Now, I did look at a number of hospitality cases. Obviously, they apply. I found that there are a number of cases where directors of a company and the company itself have been convicted for a number of offences which affect hospitality in particular. There are offences against the Employment Relations Act. The number of cases that reveal that employees did not have, sorry, excuse me, an employment contract. The law is quite clear. There were employers who did not retain in their company records, employment records and employment contracts. There were instances in court cases, and I've referred to a number of them, and that was all I could quickly find in the 10 days from deciding to submit and to file, where companies and directors breached the minimum pay requirements. They offended against other statutes, such as the Holidays Act, the Fair Trading Act in some instances, the Companies Act, the failure to keep proper accounting records. In fact, the failure to keep records per se. All of these are instances where a business person's application should be identified as to their ability to run the business and understand the laws that regulate that business. So my submission is look at what you're trying to achieve to determine the suitability of the applicant and require in the application form the requirement that the applicant reveal any convictions relating to these matters. Related to that is the Form 4 requires an applicant to state about their corporate identity, who the shareholders, directors are. In my experience, looking at some of the cases of failure to comply with various statutory rules in the hospitality area, there were instances of cross-holdings. And I think it's important that therefore a person not only identify who the director is, who the shareholders are, but whether those shareholders have a relationship or a connection or cross-holding in any other company, because it's those other companies that may previously been in liquidation or receivership or prosecuted in the previous 7 years. I say 7 years because company records have to be kept for 7 years. tax records have to be kept for 7 years. I should also add that another source of finding instances of companies failing other statutory offences is when you find in liquidation reports of failure to pay taxes. And I mean, we all know that tax is a theft against society, or the non-payment of tax is an offence against society. So look into, summarise, and to allow time if you wish to ask questions, I believe it is appropriate, and you are entitled to do it, to look at the form that you require to get that information. I'm surprised that it hasn't been raised before and that Parliament hasn't addressed what it considers should be the criteria to determine the suitability of an applicant. So I have put a lot more in there in my submission, the background to it. And the fact that the more I look into it, the more I see that, yeah, there are instances where applicants for a liquor license haven't understood the basic law obligations of running a business. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it suits us well to have liquor businesses in the headlines for the breaches of numerous statutory offences, including, in some instances, Immigration Act as well.
Look, Stephen, your submission was spot on in many regards, and certainly opened my eyes to a number of things that we need to seriously consider. In fact, your submission was quite different to many others, and I appreciated your insight. Clearly, you have a unique set of skills in this space, and it was very, very good. I really appreciated reading it. Now, I'm happy to take any questions around the table. Bill.
Kia ora, Stephen. It seemed to me, and thanks for the last bit of your submission here today. It seemed to me that you were talking about a vetting process, and I wondered about if if we're going to put those sorts of checks and balances in, aren't we going to need to have those costs taken care of? I know that there's significant costs in vetting, in teaching, for instance. Yeah. And the police, recently started charging for that. When I say recently, the last 5 years anyway. So, I think I certainly hear you on the need for checking for suitability, and the degree upon which any sort of suitability check already exists in some sort of place that can be easily accessible. That would be a problem, I think.
With respect, I'm not sure that I see it as a vetting, but I understand, because I know that's the new way, especially with teaching. My view is that an applicant knows his, her, or its background. Answering one question doesn't reveal that information. If an applicant, and therefore, if the police or the medical officer is going to check somebody, what are they starting with? They just know a name. My view is an applicant should reveal about themselves. Now, if they know in revealing that they've got this background, they acknowledge it. But it took me, and it takes me with my experience, quite a few minutes into 20 minutes, half an hour, when I pick a company name that I see in the news to track who the directors are, then go and check particulars of the shareholding, and then cross-referencing to any other previous companies. I have done that for a number of these companies, and it takes time. And that's because nobody knows what the background is. Get the applicant to disclose their background, and then the police can very quickly just cross-check against some of those other associated names, etc. So vetting, maybe, but I think it's actually disclosure, more importantly.
Yes, no, I appreciate that comment. Claire?
Yes, thanks, Stephen. I agree with you, actually. I thought it's more a disclosure or a declaration that because of the table that you gave us on 301 of our pack, yeah, you've provided that table that lists like Income Tax Act, Minimum Wage Act, things like that. And yeah, just getting that extra detail from the applicant, I think would certainly be very helpful. And I really appreciate the time you've taken to provide us with all of this information. Again, like as our chair, Liz said, yeah, open my eyes and realise that it may well be a good thing for us to have a closer look at that. So really appreciate that.
And it's great to know that you're in the Waipa district, so we can call on your skills. There might be some other pieces of work we might need you for. Hey, look, Stephen, thank you for coming in today. Really, again, was just great to have you involved in the process. Now, elected members, we're going to break now. If we can be back, please, at 11. We still have two more, submitters to hear this morning.
I just got a quick question. You're not decent shopping as cousin.
Oh,
So if we could go live, thank you, Zoe. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Now we'll just continue on with our hearings for this morning, and we have online Jennifer from the Alcohol Health Watch. Morning, Jennifer. Thanks for coming along and speaking to us this morning. So the next 10 minutes, I will hand over to you.
Kia ora, good morning. Just my camera. I'm Jennifer Lamb from Alcohol Health Watch, and we are a national organisation funded by Health New Zealand Te Whatu Ora to provide credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding alcohol policy and planning matters. We coordinate networks such as the Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Ropu and the Cross-Council Local Alcohol Policy Network, and other networks and projects that support the sector and community. And we want to commend the Waipa District Council on undertaking a review of the Council's local alcohol policy, alcohol control bylaw, and the alcohol licensing fees bylaw. And we are grateful for giving us the opportunity to make this submission on the local alcohol policy. Our written submission outlined the reasons why a local alcohol policy is a key measure in a package of measures and policies aimed at minimising alcohol-related harm to individuals, whānau, and community, and the community. And it's important to note that alcohol places a significant burden on the district, and in fact, the whole region and nationally, and currently estimated at over $9.1 billion annually. And we know that what evidence there is an underestimate of the total burden of disease that particularly affect vulnerable groups and those at greatest risk, young people, Māori, and those in high socioeconomic deprivation areas. Noting that alcohol also is the most harmful drug in Aotearoa New Zealand, we know that a local alcohol policy can reduce this harm by reducing the density and location of alcohol outlets and setting maximum trading hours that address accessibility, the sale and consumption of alcohol. A revised local alcohol policy can and should take into account recent and relevant matters, importantly, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Community Participation Amendment Act, the Supreme Court case for the Auckland LAP, the desirability of ensuring greater consistency and synergy with local alcohol policies and those that are proposed in the region and across Aotearoa New Zealand. And it should reflect the current environment and emerging issues in the district since the last LAP in 2016. Considering this, we want to acknowledge again the efforts that council members and staff have gone to conduct a thorough review of the 2016 LAP and for undertaking early engagement and the consideration of, for example, amenity and good order throughout the LAP. We are pleased to see that the revised LAP has considered a provision that no new on-licence may be issued within 100 metres of any area within the residential zone if the trading hours exceed core times, and that the DLC must have regard to the proximity of new licensed premises to existing licensed premises. We particularly support the capping of the number of off-licences in Kihikihi, Te Awamutu East and Central, Cambridge Central, and Leamington North and Central. We are also pleased to see that the revised LAP has broadened the definition of sensitive facility to include marae and rehabilitation treatment centres, and the addition of community facility that includes council-owned or managed cultural or administrative facilities, such as libraries, museums, community halls, etc. And a number of those would be sensitive sites anyway. And the inclusion also of the criteria to assess the impact on sensitive and community facilities, as well as a set distance between these facilities and new on and off licence premises, including an off licence that has substantially changed. The extensive list of discretionary conditions addresses issues of increasing concern, including single sales of alcohol, remote delivery of alcohol, and you've got courier warning labels and you've limited to the manufacturer by licensee, external advertising of alcohol products and pricing, and crime prevention through environmental design principles. And you've also identified buy now, pay later as an inappropriate method of payment for alcohol. And buy now, pay later schemes, I might add, is have the potential to add another layer of harm to existing harms related to alcohol, particularly for young people, heavy drinkers, and the vulnerable, especially if combined with remote delivery where ID checks are often lacking and orders left unattended. And the Commerce Commission has had a review of buy now, pay later schemes. I think there's two really that are left, Afterpay and Klama, I think. So this has been an issue of growing concern. We note that trading hours for some on-licenses have been reduced by 1 hour, but like the regulatory agencies, the Police, Medical Officer of Health and Licensing Inspector, we would also strongly recommend a reduction in off-license trading hours to ensure that these premises are open later than 7 a.m. and close earlier than 10 p.m. From our knowledge, and for very good reason, off-license hours are tending to be reduced to, for example, close no later than 9 p.m. Off-licenses sell over 80% of all alcohol in New Zealand, and most alcohol is purchased often cheaply from off-license premises that are easy to access and consumed in situations where there may be little control or supervision. For example, reducing trading hours for off-licenses is a key strategy for reducing alcohol-related harms such as preloading, it's drinking before attending a licensed venue, or post-loading, where drinking occurs after attending a venue, or side-loading, drinking while travelling between venues. And that's just one example. Alcohol-related harm increases where alcohol is easily accessible, where there is a high concentration of alcohol outlets in a particular area, such as areas of high deprivation, where trading hours are long, where businesses are conducted in such a way that impulsive alcohol purchases are encouraged, such as buy now, pay later, online sales and rapid delivery, and where the price is affordable. Councils have the ability to create local alcohol policies that reflect the views and needs of the community and meet the object of the Act. With this in mind, we hope that the Council will take our recommendations into consideration and that they will be reflected in the revised local alcohol policy. And we thank you again for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Very, very succinct, and appreciate the submission. Absolutely. It's been, always very sobering to read the statistics and to understand the current issues that are out there. I'll open up the floor for questions. No questions. I think this was very, we could understand exactly where you're coming from. And I actually reflect back, wasn't that long ago that we were looking at our pokie machine, sinking lids and things. So again, looking at harm in the community and how we can continue to look after our citizens. So yeah, again, this submission is very straightforward, and appreciate the input that you've had and coming into our process.
Kia ora,
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, bye for now. All right, we have our next submission, David Cassidy from the Cambridge Waikato Powerboat Club. David, I know you're there because I saw you a second ago. Did you want to pop back up on screen? There you go. Morning. Well, actually, it's still morning.
Kia ora. It's very early here in Tokyo, actually.
It is. And we've been running late, so apologies for that.
That's okay. I got an extra 15 minutes of sleep, so that was good. So yeah, look, I'm not going to talk for too long because I think Jennifer's probably summed up fundamentally my view on the policy itself. I think it's a great thing for the community. I think there is certainly an issue within the community with drug and alcohol harm. So I'm not going to labour that point. I do want to just touch on part of the submission that I put forward was around the 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. alcohol control bylaw at Arapuni Landing. We're a community powerboat club based in Cambridge, and we hold a regatta every year. Now, one thing we do is we encourage, as responsible hosts, people to stay, to camp, to have a barbecue, have a beer, enjoy their evening, lights out by 10 p.m. And wake up the following morning and race your boat. The concern we have with specifically around the control with Arapuni Landing is We could have the perverse outcome in the middle of summer of it being 8 p.m. We have a couple of people that have had a couple of beers, 2 or 3 beers, maybe 2 or 3 beers too many, and decide to get in their car, tow their boat all the way back to Cambridge, and obviously contribute towards fundamentally some fairly dismal driving statistics that we have. There is a wider thing here around the hours during summer. Obviously, Bulmer's Landing as well. Water sports happen there as well as out of Pooney. So I just wonder, fundamentally, a ban to curb the antisocial behaviour that does happen in that area is a good thing. I just don't know whether or not the times are quite right. I think the summer months, obviously, people do enjoy to have a beer, including our members, and we obviously take our responsibility as hosts very, very seriously. We have obviously facilities up there. We have a good relationship with the local community up there, and we've had instances in the past where people have arrived to contribute to antisocial behaviour, and we have politely asked them to leave, which is the right thing to do. So all I'd ask is that we have a conversation around those hours. I think it could be as simple as maybe extending it to 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. During the summer months to allow people to enjoy a beer. Notwithstanding the fact that obviously, council has to do something. So I think that's a great thing that you guys are doing. I just think we just need to just clarify those times. I am aware there is a ability for a dispensation to allow alcohol to be drunk for events in that area. Now, I may be wrong, but I know that one of the council staff did discuss that with me. With us, we don't really necessarily want to go down that route, because for us, it's never about applying for an alcohol dispensation to allow people to drink beers and whatever. This is just about a little bit of common sense. So look, that's as far as I'm going to go on it. I think it's fairly small in the wider scheme of the work you guys are doing. So I'll congratulate you on the work you're doing, and just, yeah, if we can have a bit of a think around the timing and the logistics of it, that would be a great thing.
Thanks, David. Absolutely hear you loud and clear. Any questions for around the table? Yeah. Again, I think this is one of those things when we were considering it, we probably didn't really take into account those that might be overnighting. So it was really about those day users and reducing the noise, but mostly for neighbours. These are some of the discussions that we've had. So look, we'll do our deliberations on the 22nd of this month. But your submission is really helpful because, there is an overnight component that I guess we hadn't really discussed around our table yet. So that's something we should probably do.
There is, and there's also I know with Arapuni, for example, to allow camping there, we have over the last many years have had to secure a key to the gate to get into that top area. I don't know how well you guys know that space. So even if it is something that, hey, look, actually, if you are there and if you have use of that facility, there is a slightly separate situation that occurs as far as the consumption of alcohol in that area. I do still think, however, that there needs to be a degree of control, but it's how you manage that. But that's for you guys to think about, not for me.
Yep.
Awesome.
As I said, we're definitely doing our deliberations later on this month, and now never easy answers, David. That's the end. You can't please everyone, but we'll absolutely do our very best. Look,
awesome.
thanks for reaching out to us, and great to have you online this morning.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, David. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. If I can draw you back to our recommendation on page 13, we have a recommendation this morning to pass the resolutions A, B, and C. If I've got a mover and seconder to do so, please. Andrew is going to move. Philip is going to second. All in favour? Against? Carried. All right, everybody. That concludes the formal part of the meeting. As I said numerous times, we've got our deliberations a little bit later this month on the 22nd. So there are a number of submissions just to the online ones that obviously when we get to deliberations, we'll move through those in an orderly way. That is certainly the intent. All right, now we're going to close with karakia, and Dale Marie is going to lead us through that. Thanks.
Kia ora tātou pai o tātou hui hui he kōrero mō tēnei kaupapa I te rānei. Unuhia ki te uru tapunui, kia wātia, kia māma, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. Koia rā, ka whakairia ki runga, kia tīna, haumie, huie, tākie. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you, Dale Marie. All right, our next, we're into workshops now. Our first workshop is going to be Waikato Regional Council. Now they are due here at 11:20, so let's just take a wee break. We'll just take a 5-minute break, and well, let's take a bit more than 5 minutes. Let's be back here at 11:25, and yeah, because we had a shorter morning tea anyway. Okay, everybody, welcome back to our first of our workshops for this afternoon. An extra special welcome to our guests in the room. Well, yes, we'll just start with elected members, of course, Stu Kneebone and Angela Strange, and Brian and, of course, Kim from Waikato Regional Council. So lovely to have you here. I think it is an extra special welcome. I might just hand over to Dale Marie just for a moment, just to welcome you properly.
Tēnā koe, Liz. E mihi kia koutou, Waikato Regional. Haramai, kare, come and sit up next to Stu and whānau, come and slip in there. No mai haramai koutou. It's always lovely to have our colleagues in the whare. Anei he whakatau i a mātou, i a koutou, i tai mai. I mua i te paukai o te rā maumahara a te puia, kei Mangatangi. Ai, tēnā koutou, Waikato. Tēnā koutou, nau mai haramai.
Kia ora, Dale.
Right, thank you. And I'll hand over to Dawn for the...
Kia ora koutou, and yeah, very warm welcome, and a thank you for the team from Regional Council for coming along. So this is a conversation we probably started a year or so ago in terms of the proposals around simplifying the funding for passenger transport, and the work has continued on. So yeah, I'll hand over to Stuart to take us through the item.
O tūtahi aki a tēnā koe Dale Marie. I tō kōrero mai, tō pōhuri mai, nā mihi nui ki a koe. Liz, te tia mana, koutou katoa nā kanohi o Te Konihira Arohi o Waipa, tēnā koutou, tēnā te reo whakamihi o Te Konihira Arohi o Waikato, mihi atu nei, tēnā koutou. Look, thank you very much for this opportunity to come and present to you today. We really appreciate it. This is informal consultation, so as you'll recall, we consulted formally through our long-term plan a few months ago on the decision to rate regionally for public transport, which we agreed to do through that process. The process we're going through now is actually how we physically go about doing that. In other words, how do we collect a rate? Is it UAGCs? Is it targeted rate? Is it CV rate, and then how do we apply that given the different services that different parts of the region receive and are likely to receive in the future. So that's the purposes of today, and we're going around all the district councils. This is the 5th council we've visited, and the regional councils visited in the last week, and we're going to go around all of them. And as a result of that process, we'll put together everyone's thoughts and ideas, and produce something formal to consult on in our annual plan next year. So look, thank you very much for the opportunity. Liz has acknowledged we're all here. So apologies from our chair, Pamela Story. She's on other business with our CEO, Chris McLeod, this morning. And our deputy chair, Bruce Clarkson, is in Australia today. So ngā mihi nui kia koutou e koana tēnā koe tai mai. Mātou hei whakawhiti whakaro I tēnei kaupapa whakahira. Kia ora rā tātou katoa. And look, I'll hand over to Brian, who's going to take us through this presentation today.
Chair, could I just declare an interest? That's all. I did mention it to you before the start. Yeah, so I'm in a personal capacity. Yeah, I'm looking at community rideshare. So it's not directly related, I think, to public transport per se, but there is a bit of a crossover. So
yeah,
it could be perceived that I do have a conflict. So if people wanted me to excuse myself from the table, I'd be quite happy to do that.
I have no problem with you staying in the room, Claire, at all. And you're on land transport, so I think it's important you do stay for the conversations. Yeah.
Yeah, I had declared the interest to that land transport committee as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. All right, carry on, Brian.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. So my name is Brian Sherrod. I'm the Manager of Transport Policy and Programs at Waikato Regional Council. As has been spoken about today, we're here talking about looking at ways that we can simplify public transport investment in the Waikato region. This has been a few years in the making, as we've spoken about already this morning. In 2021, as part of the Public Transport Business Improvement Review, we're looking at what stands in between the visions of the Regional Public Transport Plan and the actions and the outcomes that it articulates. And one of those barriers that we've highlighted in the review was the highly complex funding model that we currently have for collecting rates for public transport. So at the time of that review, Waikato Regional Council only rated for public transport on behalf of Hamilton City. And in other areas, it was dependent upon territorial authorities to rate. So we've made some small steps forward since then. In terms of regional rating, where we've picked up rating for public transport in the eastern districts of the region, so Thames, Coromandel, Hauraki and Matamata-Piako. At the time, we also consulted on some new network concepts at the same time, but those network changes unfortunately haven't been funded through the NLTF, but we still picked up the rating changes for those particular areas at that time. Again, we've picked up the concept through our long-term plan consultation process just recently, where the decision to rate regionally was the preferred outcome. But as we've spoken about today is really about how we collect those rates and how we do that. So that's why we're here today. The intent would be that through the Regional Council annual plan process, we wanted to be able to consult formally on some options. So today is about pre-engagement. We are seeking feedback and views from Council and all of the territorial authorities on things like the principles that we're talking about, but also the models that we're talking about today as well. So that's the agenda for today, just setting the scene, running through some draft model options, but then also looking at what the next steps might be. And an important part of that scene setting piece is the principles that we're looking to adopt for how we assess those models as well. As I've spoken about, the Waikato region's approach to collecting rates of public transport investment is unnecessarily complex. We've mentioned that some TAs rate for PT directly and pass this on through to Waikato Regional Council, while in other areas, Waikato Regional Council rates for public transport itself. So regardless of which model we pick, we're looking for an across-the-board single process where it's will hopefully simplify and make the investment more streamlined. Reduce administrative effort and enable more flexible arrangements for providing public transport to be delivered. The fragmented approach that we've currently got creates costs and risks for both territorial authorities and Waikato Regional Council and makes it harder to deliver an integrated region-wide public transport network. So the intention is that TAs would not need to rate for public transport in their rating process, and it would be Waikato Regional Council who collects the rates for public transport. We'll move on to the next slide. Oops, done two at once. I want to try to go back to the previous slide. I've gone too far. Sorry. Yeah, the objective. So what we're hoping to achieve today is feedback on model options and any preference to model options that you might have. We're looking at a future rating concept on behalf of the whole region. So we need to take into consideration the principles that we've developed, and I'll show you those in a couple of slides, and look at a long-term thinking approach. So the scope of the project, so I'll just cover off the top 2 points there in this particular slide. So community transport and total mobility are included in each of the options that we're talking about. So community transport is a grants funding process that Waikato Regional Council runs that enables community-based transport providers to provide a public transport service so people can get where they need to get to. And total mobility, just by a very brief explanation, that is a scheme that we do get co-funding from NZTA, which enables people with disabilities to actually have a discounted access to transport to get around the region. So those two items are included in what we're talking about today. And Te Huia, which is I'm sure you're aware, is the rail service between Hamilton, passenger rails between Hamilton and Auckland, is out of scope for this particular project. I'll cover the next items there when we talk about the principles. This is an important slide, I think, to consider. And I guess if you're not aware of how public transport funding works, the three boxes on the side there, I think, give an excellent illustration of how it works. So the first box is the total cost, the gross cost of running public transport. That's 100%, obviously. It's broken down then into two different boxes in the user pays versus what the public pays for. So fare box recovery through fares accounts for 20% of the cost, and 80% of the cost is funded via the public. Now that 80% in the third box there is broken down with 51% being funded through the NLTF from central government and 49% being funded through rates. And that red dashed box is what we are talking about today. So in effect, it is 39.5% of the total cost of public transport. So what's included, and I mentioned this a few times now, we're talking about bus services, we're talking about total mobility, and we're talking about community transport, and we're not talking about Te Huia. So an important element, I think, of whatever we decide is that we need to have a rating model which is actually fit for purpose for the future and what our future aspirations might be. It's very difficult to sit here and think what those aspirations might be, but there's a whole range of things that we certainly will be considering. But the model that we adopt needs to be future fit, and it needs to deal with those things that we're talking about in those dot points on this slide. But also, there's probably other things there that we'll need to take into account. So it needs to be flexible for the future. Please don't spend too much time or take too much from the map on the left-hand side there. That map is taken from Waikato Regional Public Transport Plan, and is an aspirational concept. It is what the future of PT in the region could look like. So, but that's just an example of what we may need to account for moving forward. This slide also, I think, is particularly useful when we consider the levels of local investments from each of the regions across the country. Gives you an idea of how the Waikato region stacks up against the others. These figures are based on the 24-25 approved program from the NLTP, and you'll see that the Waikato region's investments in public transport is modest when compared to other regions. If we do want to have an improved level of public transport services in line with the vision of the RPTP, then we can expect investment levels to increase over time. Just one thing to mention just briefly there, the two green, we've shown Wellington and Auckland in green, as both of those transport authorities actually also deliver rail services as well. So that's how that works out. Oh, and it should also explain in brackets there for each of the regions, we've included population figures just for the sake of comparison. Just running through, I think this is an important slide to consider. So we've developed some principles that we are using to score the model options that we've come up with. Just run through those just quickly. So public transport is a public good. I think that's an important principle. It's good for our regions, our communities, economy and environment to have good public transport. So the concept here is that we all pay something, even if it's not accessed by everyone. We wanted to adopt a boundaryless approach because what we've currently got is we've got administrative boundaries making our model unnecessarily complex. And so we want the service provision, the delivery and the rating model to take a boundaryless approach. We've spoken about being future fit. I think it's important that we cater for whatever the future might bring to us. One principle that's got a fair bit of conversation, both at Waikato Regional Council, but other councils we've met with so far as well, is around the fairness principle. So how we do this is done in a fair way that people can actually understand and see or understand how the cost of providing public transport services is sheeted back through to the rate. It must be efficient. We don't want it to be unnecessarily hard to administer or costly to administer, and it should be transparent. People need to be able to see and understand how what they are paying is calculated. So they're the principles that we'll use to assess the options. So I'll just run into the draft model options that we've got. We did consult broadly with other regional councils across the country to determine what might be best practice in terms of public transport rating. And we spent some time consulting directly with Environment Canterbury and the Greater Wellington Regional Council. Our view was that they had rating models that were sort of more developed, I suppose, than where we were currently at. So we spent some time talking to them. We recently took 5 options to a Waikato Regional Council workshop, where 2 of the 5 options were ruled out as they were seen to be unnecessarily complex and did not align sufficiently with the principles that we've identified. And what I'm just about to talk about are the remaining 3 options for today. Just in terms of the options though, just quickly cover off that there are some assumptions that we're using here where all the figures that we're talking about today are based on the 24-25 funding levels. We're talking about 226,000 rateable units across the region. And I should say that the numbers that we've got here are broadly approximate. There's been a bit of rounding in this as well. And those figures are indicative. So these figures will change because, public transport requirements fluctuate based on, whether we receive funding from the NLTF, the rate of fare box recovery, fuel and labour costs and those sort of things. And also in terms of how we're looking at developed areas within territorial authority. So that will change as time goes on as well. So those numbers are a good estimate and a good fit for what we're talking about, but they're not set in stone, basically, is the point that we're talking about there. So just start with the first of the options, and this is the most simple option of them all. Every unit is treated the same and pays the same. So there are 2 sub-options here. We've got 1A and 1B. So 1A is a uniform charge applied to every rateable unit across the region, and that would land at about $70 per rateable unit. Option 1B here is a CV-based charge, and to recoup the same amount of funding for public transport, that would be $6 per 100,000 CV. And the rest of the table there, we've actually just multiplied that out for a 500,000, $1 million, and a $2 million property. This is an indication as to what that rate might be. Please note again here, there is some rounding in this, so it's doesn't exactly fit, but that's broadly how it works. Option 2 is also a whole of the region being treated the same model. We're calling it the 80-20 model. This option introduces a simple targeted component, which is absent from the previous model. So 20% of the rate is as per the previous model. It's collected region-wide and everyone pays something. And then 80% is locally targeted to urban areas serviced by bus. And so for the purposes of this model, urban areas, we're using the definition that we're using here is the same as that what you would use when you're rating for your council. But if that urban area is serviced by a bus, then it would attract the targeted component of this. And again, there's 2 options here. There's 2A, which is a uniform charge, and 2B, which is a CV-based charge. Just for explanatory purposes, just to explain this, looking at option 2A there in the dark box, anywhere in the region you would pay a $14 flat rate. But if you had a property within an urban area that is serviced by a bus, you would also pay a targeted rate, giving a total charge of $105. So that's the $14 region-wide charge, a $91 targeted charge. And we've combined that here to show what each property would pay. So that's $105 in total, if that makes sense. So the $91 targeted charge is included in the $105 charge. And similarly, option 2B here is around having the same model, but using CV as a way of calculating that, and that's a $1 flat rate and an $11 targeted charge. And again, we've prorated that out to those different values of properties. The third option to talk about here is what we're calling, it's an adaptation, I suppose, for the Waikato region of the approach that the Greater Wellington Regional Council has adopted. This model, and it's a little bit more complex, but it does have 7 differentials. A differential is a category of property. It has multipliers for each differential in it as well. And on the next page, I will show you a map which applies to this model as well. I think the point here is that this model is extremely flexible because you can adjust the number of differentials, number of categories of property. You can adjust the multipliers for each of those, and you can adjust the map to make it fit best. So it's a very, very flexible model. So I'll just flick over the page and talk about this. So we've looked at the Greater Wellington model and we've tried to adapt that to the Waikato region. And this is an example of what that model could look like. So the boundaries that we've got in the map, so I'll focus on the map just a little bit here. The green area there is what we're calling central. So as it's shown on the map, it's also in the colour code on the table. And that green area is what we're calling central, that actually feeds into, say, Hamilton City. And we've based that map on the Journey to Work data from 2018. And so where predominantly people are coming into Hamilton from those areas. The red is the city of Hamilton, so that's treated as a city differential. And the blue outside of that is what we're calling the region or the regional differential, or regional category in those differentials. So, city is all of Hamilton City. The central area is Waipa, Waikato District Council, south of Rangiora, MPDC, Morrinsville and surrounds, and regional is everywhere else. The table there, we're talking, that's what's included in each of those, rating for each of those differentials. So it is bus and it is total mobility and community transport for them all, with the exceptions there being the unserviced areas, both in central and the regional areas as well. Note also the map, the green area, the shaded green area is much larger than the MSP area, currently mapped out in Future Proof. As I said before, it covers the high regional feeder areas of services into Hamilton City. But yeah, as I mentioned, this can be adjusted and changed to best fit. What that looks like in terms of outcomes, and again, what we've shown here again is 3 sub-options in terms of this. These 3 options here are not based on CV, they're based on a uniform charge. We could absolutely base it on CV as well, but that table would then become very, very complicated very quickly. So we haven't done it for the purposes of this conversation. Just in terms of what A, B and C are, so we've adjusted the model A so that it approximates the current rate cost for territorial areas, what we've currently got. Option B, as you'll see there in the differentials for business and residential, we've given them the same multiplier, so we're treating those as the same, so you could actually remove one of those differentials potentially. And option C spreads the rate more evenly, I suppose, across the region. So so we can run the scenarios many different ways, and how that plays out, I think, would be interesting. So just in terms of what that means, though, in terms of how that plays out in terms of what each territorial would pay under each of those rating models. So this is a table where we've tried to compare that. The very left-hand column there is the current rating that we've got currently for public transport in the Waikato region. And then we've applied each of the models that we've just spoken about to option 1A, option 1B, 2A and 2B, and option 3A. And as you can see there, as we've spoken about, option 3A has been set up to approximate as best we can the current sort of rating that we're having for public transport in the region. And the other other options, then options 1 and 2 are quite different in terms of how that plays out. Just in terms of option assessment, now I went through the principles earlier. This is a staff assessment, I guess, of how each of those options that we've spoken about rates against the principles. And so you can see there for option 1 and option 2, the fairness principle, we've rated that as being rather poor, I suppose, or less fit compared to perhaps option 3, which is the Greater Wellington approach. I might just pause there for questions and feedback from councillors. This is a pre-engagement session, so we're interested in your views to feed into the annual plan process.
Thank you, Brian. That's lots of information to digest through that. So I'm glad that the presentation was circulated a little bit earlier. We'll start around the table. So Claire, and then Marcus, and then we'll go to Philip.
Yeah, thanks. I really like the way you've presented it. It's really complex, and the charts are pretty easy to follow. Thanks. The question I had was more about central government policy announcement that they expect more fair collection. So one of your earlier slides had the share that the fare box contributes to the total cost. So are you expecting that formula is going to change dramatically? Because that in a way could mean that the rating amounts that we're going to end up ratepayers having to pay might be substantially higher.
Yeah, so we are currently working through what that actually means. So I've not actually seen, so through NZTA, we've not actually seen what it is they're trying to target for us. But the point you make, I think, is certainly a valid one. The other comment I'd make in that is that typically with fare box recovery, that will go up the higher levels of patronage that you've got, but you need to invest in public transport to get those higher levels of patronage. Bit of a catch-22 type focus in that space. So, but you're right, it could influence the total numbers. But I think in terms of the models that we've got here, what we've spoken about this morning would still apply. It just might mean that the multipliers or the numbers we get out of that might be slightly different. But yeah, it's a bit of a challenging issue.
Yeah, so it appealed to me, those principles, and you mentioned the fairness side of it. Yeah, and so I guess that's the way I'm leaning. But I appreciate that just a standard uniform charge across everyone still looks very affordable. Yeah. Just getting back to the fare recovery, I guess it's a logical assumption that you're likely to get a higher fare recovery from the metro areas, and then accept that perhaps those more regional or provincial services probably would be expected to run at a lower recovery rate.
Yeah, it's an interesting, this question has been raised a couple of times. We've gone around. So this is, I guess, an overarching view of fare recovery, and you're quite right. Some services will attract more fare recovery, others less, but this is the overall view across the region, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Marcus.
Just bring back the stats that you're using from 2018, with the new stats that have come out, like the way that we travel and the way people are living and things like that is because 2018 is a long time ago and a lot has changed in the world since that time. Like, what's the confidence that that's...
We've, if I get to the slide, we've, I guess when we put these slides together, that's the information that we had, but absolutely, if we can use better information, then we certainly will to inform those boundaries, if I get to that slide. Yeah. So that's what we've done for that particular slide, just to show the concept of the model. But as I've said, those boundaries are absolutely adjustable, as are the number of differentials, as are the multipliers. So I take your point. Yeah.
Philip.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone for coming along today. Keep that map up, that's great, thank you. With the targeted rate in option 3, you keep referring to Wellington, which is more urban and city, whether that's more provincial, it's a real mixture. Are there other areas in the regions in the country that are got a targeted rate? I mean, you keep, as I said, keep referring to Wellington, which is more city and urban.
When we spoke to Greater Wellington Regional Council, we were absolutely mindful. Yes, they've got the Wellington City area, but they've also got regional areas as well and more rural. So the model that, as they described it, we thought was still applicable to the Waikato. We just speak a lot with Canterbury as well. They've got a different arrangement down there. And I guess we were looking for what actually worked best and fitted best for us here. And so, and this is an adaptation of what Wellington have done. So it's not strictly like what they've done, but it's very similar. Yeah.
Because obviously Canterbury's probably might be similar to that as well, where there's huge areas there that don't even have a public transport.
That's true.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. I guess in that sort of regional area there are some bus services, but the Blue, but was also looking for the opportunity there for total mobility and community transport to be options as well into the future. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Roger, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good, because my Zoom seems to have frozen. Sorry, I can't be there for this really, really important and interesting discussion. Could I just take you first to the grid of the comparison of options? That's it. That's it. Now then, with the Waipa 0.89, as we know, when you look at the overall funding model, you've got the rates, which you say are 39.5% of total. But in terms of our cost allocation, of course, that 39.5 is split 50% with HCC and 50% WDC. Is that correct?
Yeah. Hey, Roger. My understanding is that that's already been taken into account. So any service that comes into Hamilton in effect subsidises. So your Cambridge services, that cost is shared between Hamilton and Waipa.
Right.
As same with Raglan services, that cost is shared with Waikato District and Hamilton City.
So that 89 cents, the current in that grid for Waipa, that is just reflecting that half of the 39%, or does that represent the full 39%?
So just to be clear, the 0.89, so it's 0.89 million. So it's a total rate take from Waipa. So $890,000 is collected through the rating process that we've currently got. And under option 3A, that would be $730,000 as it currently stands. So we wanted to try and move away from the situation where we've got services that are split between different territorial authorities and take a broader view across the region, if that makes sense. So I think as Councillor Strange indicates, that what you were saying before about how that service is split and how it's paid for, that's been taken into account in the model, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't actually. I'm just wondering, that 0.89, is that purely our rating contribution, or is that the rating contribution of Waipa and HCC combined for the Waipa service?
Yeah, Roger. That is what we would invoice Waipa District Council for. So
Right.
that's the full 0.89 amount.
Okay, so how, I mean, I can see a lot of value in the Greater Wellington approach. And I'm assuming that in that Greater Wellington approach, then we've got a set multiplier, and to me, whether it be A or B, but we've got a set multiplier, which for Waipa, it would fall into the central residential, so we'd have a multiplier of 2. How do we then include, if there is any enhancement of the service within Waipa let's say that we have a local orbiter service developed in Cambridge, how would that be recognised within that set multiplier that you've got there?
So as I was trying to, maybe I haven't explained it particularly well, we're trying to move away from funding per service type arrangement where we're talking about moving to a broader region-wide funding model. So I guess what would happen if that service was included, it would increase the total spend on public transport from a region-wide perspective.
Gotcha.
And then we would then go back into this funding model and looking at the multipliers and the differentials, we would run that calculation again because that would be an increase to the total public transport cost.
Yep.
And those numbers would change. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But it means that there'd be a change to the overall dollar value, which would the multiplier would be applied to, not specifically any additional variance to, say, Te Awamutu or Cambridge residents.
Yeah, I think it's essentially right. Yes, it's supposed to be a region-wide rating model. That's what we're trying to get to. Yeah.
Good, thank you. I think that's obviously very much in our favour, isn't it?
It's looking that way.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Thank you for that.
Okay, are there any other questions? So it would seem to me that you said to us that you're visiting other councils, so we're number 5. Okay, and how has this gone down with some of the other councils? Is everyone leaning towards number 3, option 3?
We've had general feedback that people like option 3 from its flexibility, but also from the way that we can actually replicate almost what's being charged now. There has been a general feedback, particularly from more of the rural territorial authorities, they don't like the CV approach because you could do a CV approach to option 3A. But then also we've had feedback around, what the service offering might be with the rating model. But today's conversation is about the rating model. The service conversation is a separate but connected conversation.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Stu.
I was just going to say we're going down to Waitomo District Council tomorrow, and I imagine it'll probably be a different conversation to the one we've got here because the dynamics are clearly quite different. You've got places like Marakopa, Moko right down the boundary of Taranaki, and there's farmers halfway to Tamaranui. But equally they do come into Hamilton, obviously not as regularly as we would go into Hamilton, and they do get the benefits of more people on buses and less people on cars, the congestion. But nonetheless, it's going to be a compromise no matter how we look at it, and we're just trying to find obviously the model that best fits really. Yeah. And look, the other point I'd add too is that even on a UAGC basis, for those of you that have driven through Te Kuiti in recent times, it's a relatively low value community. That it's not a wealthy. It's quite different to Cambridge in particular and Te Awamutu as well. Yeah.
Look, and I appreciate that you've gone through a process already, but you've taken this extra time just to make sure that you have got it right, and it is deemed fair across the region. Just another question I've got around representation. So this is governance. So looking to implement 1 July next year, all going well. 1 July 2025.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've always seen, Waipa's been pretty much a PT superstar. We've continually increased our patronage. You've increased our services, which has been gratefully received. We've got services now every hour and a half, 2 hours. I think a meeting we had earlier this week, Brian took the bus, to the city and returned. So, we're able to operate in that way now, just to attend meetings, but I think which is really great. But how does the representation, if this goes through, what does it look like? Will we get will there be a new committee established? Is this something that we'll just stick with status quo? I mean, what are the extra opportunities for us if the regional rating proceeds? Oh, it's a good question for Angela.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Liz. Yeah, I think, well, at the moment, currently outside of the future-proof area, we see public transport as fitting with the Regional Transport Committee, because it is transport. So that is the current forum that you would bring, those outside the future-proof area would bring their public transport concerns, issues, wants and needs. And that is where those conversations would happen. Of course, each triennium things can move. And I think for Waipa, Future-Proof Public Transport Subcommittee is your avenue to advocate hard for what you want. And I know that, Liz, you've been a huge advocate, as has Claire, for, getting something going within your towns as well. So, yeah, just acknowledging the work that your elected members have done up to date. But that would be the forum. So you'd almost have a double dip, RTC and Future-Proof. Yeah. But as I say, each triennium, we're open to ideas. So
Yeah.
if things aren't working.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that voice, that rural regional voice is something that, we want to ensure that we've also always got a strong, several seats around the table. Just my other question was just around we're looking at our future problems around public transport, and what is Regional Council's view around communication strategy to encourage more usage out there in the wider region. It's about communicating our future problems, and it's a conversation we sort of had touched on earlier this week, but I still see that there's a lack of storytelling, I guess, and everyone explaining in their own way to their own communities as well. So we play a role in that about, ensuring we make the most of what public transport opportunities there are.
Yeah, it's fair to say that in New Zealand, we have the highest rate of private car ownership in the world. And those narratives and stories that we tell around other modes of transport, I think, should be really compelling and are really important to have those conversations with the community. But have it in a way which actually makes sense to them and speaks to values that the community might hold dear. I don't know, there's a bit of a nuance and a bit of trick to that, and there's some work there for our communications experts to get that right, but that'd be an important step forward, I would think.
Thank you, Brian. Claire?
I'd just like to jump in there because Liz and I are actually having a bit of a chat about this because, from my point of view, I think the Regional Council has had that communication sort of expectation that they have for public transport. But if we're trying to get our local communities to make use of transport more, I'd advocate that we do get our local comms people involved and maybe do it as a collaboration or something. I don't know the right mix or anything, but I do feel that is a key area to get higher patronage. And we've got to make sure that I don't know, it's the local appeal in some way or other. It's not just a press release, from Hamilton or somewhere. We've got to find a way to just, touch people and make them realise that this is for me, and I've got to find a way to make a personal change. Yeah, and I do feel that using local comms people is probably an important part of that.
I couldn't agree more. I think that you need as many voices as you can, as many varied voices and local voices to be saying the same thing. So, yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah,
just quickly, and knowing that Waikato Tainui held a marketing comms hui, and I'm just wondering whether there's been any movement and whether Waikato Regional were part of that, because I understand that was a whole bunch of councils that. Were Waikato Regional there, Lisa, when you guys went to that hui with Waikato Tainui? Yeah, I'd touch base with that one. Kia ora.
I do have one last slide just to touch on. Just meant to butt in there a bit. So we're getting feedback from all the territorial authorities around the region. We're at the same time, we are also doing some public sounding through a survey just to bring all of the feedback from the territorial authorities and that sort of public sounding through the survey that I'm mentioning now, back to a December Waikato Regional Council workshop to try and refine the options that will be consulted on formally in the annual plan process. But the public sounding piece, though, I think is really important, and we've identified that we're looking to go through a group called the People's Panel, looking at public transport user group or groups, but also at each district council we're sort of seeking advice around what other groups should we be targeting that survey to as well, to get a broad sort of community feedback on this stuff. So that's the end of the presentation, but if you had any suggestions, we'd be happy to take those on board.
Look, thanks, Brian. And I see you've got a question there. What groups do you recommend? I mean, this is part of the, if anyone has any suggestions, I guess we can feed that back through to you, but Marcus.
It's like somehow engaging with the university and politics students and things about the bus transport networks, because I know my nieces and Tia Muru and they would like to use the bus and things like that, but there's still a disconnect about who runs the bus services, whether it's council or regional council. It'd be quite cool to actually make some noise, say, hey, buses, regional council, and come and talk to us about it, because they'd like to use the buses, but they don't know how to get timetables and also like give you feedback about things like that.
Answer that, as someone who was behind part of getting the bus service to Taumaranui and Tikuiti for university students and the tauranga ones, they're not listening at induction to where that information is at the university.
Thank you, Dale-Marie. Right. Okay, are there any other questions around the table? Anything else you wanted to add? Well, Andrew?
Slightly off well, no, it's in the presentation. So the regional council's contributions, total mobility and community transport, $500,000 each for those. Is that things like health shuttles and wheelchair wagons and stuff like that? Okay.
Yeah, so certainly through total mobility, that's how that looks. Community transport is slightly different to that. It's they are community-run transport services that through a grants process, we provide funding to. So total mobility is more around people who've got sort of disabilities or sort of health needs to get to where they need to get to, whereas community transport is more of a general community service, but it's not. Yeah, that's how that works. So that makes sense. Yeah.
So what's an example of one of those?
Yeah, so if you think about your health shuttles, so St John's is a good example of that, and most communities within the Waikato have some sort of community transport, whether it's a community house or marae, and predominantly it's run by volunteers and it's for health appointments, but we've recently put the grant in place so that they can apply to each year for funding, just acknowledging that, they should be spending their time actually doing the good work that they do rather than trying to fundraise. So that was the intent behind it. Also acknowledging that, we want people to stay in our regional towns and communities, and that is one way to enable people to do that, to get the transport that they need. So predominantly for health, but we see the wider benefits for social reasons, for other reasons as well. So yeah, we just wanted to really empower those people who are already doing the hard work. So we don't run the services, we just empower those who are already doing them. So.
All right, everybody. There's no further questions. Thank you for coming through today. Great to hear, what the plan is. We'd love to invite you to stay for lunch if you've got time. It'd be great to do that. And for everybody else, we're back in chambers, please, at 1:00.
centre our thinking and approach this with with collaborative kind of minds.
Kia ora te Māori kura. Yep. Tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumie, huie, tai kie. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, thank you so much for that. I think I needed it. Hey, look, this is wonderful to see you all here. Obviously, all full deck of staff by the looks of it, and lovely to have Ange and Joe with us, our community board chairs. It's important that you keep coming into the fold and understanding the challenges and opportunities that sit before us as a district. So thank you for joining us, particularly you, Ange, because I thought you were going to be, or is that tomorrow you're going to be, or Wednesday you're going to be on the move. So yeah, lovely to have you both with us. Look, before I kick off and pass the speaking paddle over, I just thought I'd set a little bit of context for us all. We all know we're in very challenging times financially, and a lot of reform floating around, and there's a bit of quicksand going on out there, right? But look, I just wanted everybody to understand that Steph and the executive and the broader team at Council here have been taking on board all of our feedback and working incredibly hard. And I appreciate that it might feel like we're not getting information or our papers in a time that suits us, but the reality is that these people are like swans with their little legs paddling like crazy. You know, they make it look real easy, but by crikey, those feet are going like crazy. So, and I also just want to remind us, highlight the fact that this is a level of visibility over the inner workings of an LTP that we've never experienced. Certainly I haven't in the time that I've been here. And I want to thank staff for being willing to actually address that level of curiosity, if you like, around those operational matters. Bearing in mind that it's not really an invitation to grill and climb into the operations of the organisation. But I think I just think also it's really cool to see the staff responding to a lot of our feedback, and I want that feedback to continue to come. Tell us what's working, what's not working, because there has been a huge reset. Obviously, it's no surprise, but with new CE, and this is very different LTP, notwithstanding all of the issues I've just sort of mentioned, but we're trying to do it differently so that we can get some, the very best outcomes we can for our community. So please keep the feedback rolling in. What you do like, what you don't like, what you want more of or less of, that's really crucial. Otherwise, we don't know the mistakes that we're continuing to repeat. The other thing that I wanted to just highlight before I pass the speaking paddle over is the key messages through this whole LTP have been financial strategy, financial strategy, financial strategy. That's the game in town, right? And approaching this reset together with increased visibility, I think we need to really have very acute thinking around that financial strategy. Just bearing in mind some of the observations that David Foster shared with us, some real gems around the fact that in general, we don't have as an organisation an expense or cost problem. What we've got is a revenue problem. And I think that's symptomatic probably of the LGF, of local government. I do recall I made some notes when he spoke with us. He said, we shouldn't take that personally. It's not a criticism of us. We've been really hamstrung with the levers we've had before us and the way that we can raise revenue. But it's about being brave around the costs that we now face and how we can address that in a long-term plan sort of context. The other thing is that, so just that big stuff. Look at the big stuff. And I appreciate everybody's willingness to think more long-term rather than just at the ends of our shoes. And I just want to remind everybody before we sort of start talking today that we're in a situation where we're wanting to build trust and confidence in each other and treat each other with respect, I suppose. So look, with that said, did Steph, you want to say anything before we kick off? We've obviously got the papers before us and to the point that we've never seen anything like this before. There's a really unique way that these are being displayed to us. So I want to thank staff for hearing what we need from you as well. So passing it over then to Melissa to take it away, Melissa, George and Yolanda.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation? So welcome to you all. I suppose just before we get into the substantive part of the workshop, I thought it might just be quite helpful to help clarify and provide context to where we are in this long-term plan process. I am the first to say that as a staff member, this isn't my first rodeo going through an LTP, so this is relatively familiar for me, but it might not always be familiar in terms of where we are in the process for you as elected members. So what this slide demonstrates is all the key steps and component parts that we have to go through to develop a long-term plan. And this is reflective of what we also report through to SPMP in our monthly update. So just noting where we're currently at, as Ms. Susan talked about just before, we're right in the thick of developing the finance strategy. To enable us to progress this piece of the puzzle, we do need to have some specific discussions with you to help understand the assumptions that we need to make in order to effectively complete the budget scenario modelling. So that's very much where we're at today. We're hoping to pull this slide into a user-friendly resource, and hopefully we'll make that available to you on Wednesday just to help keep track of where we're at in the process. So in terms of the context of where we're at, as Mayor Susan talked a little bit about before, this is a really unprecedented and complex long-term plan. So LTPs are complex at the best of times, but this one more so. And the reasons for that being that it's off the back of an enhanced annual plan that we developed and adopted earlier in the year. Obviously, we've also got a continuing flow of changes coming out of central government by way of changes to the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act as examples. We do have quite a high degree of uncertainty around local waters and what that means for the service delivery options for our communities. We know that our economic environment is very challenging out there, both for our communities, but also that is having an impact on council's financial position as well. We've also sought advice from Dave Foster, and that has resulted in a change in our strategic financial approach. So we're looking to develop one 9-year plan as opposed to 9 one-year plans and funding the balance sheet. We're also looking at alternative funding and financing options by way of IFF and a possible increase to the debt covenant levels there as well. So what does all this mean? We are dealing with incredibly high levels of uncertainty. And because of that, we do need to make some assumptions as we work through developing this long-term plan and adapt as further information comes to light. This means that we won't necessarily have all the ideal information at any given time, and it's just something that we're going to have to work with. And that will obviously have an impact on how the decision making is made, but it is kind of best attempts to make sure that we get those assumptions right and adapt as we have that additional information. I guess in terms of how this plays out in developing the long-term plan, it means that we might not necessarily always do things in what seems like a logical order due to this high level of uncertainty. I guess to talk specifically about this workshop, today's session might seem a little bit out of sequence. And I guess as an example, we'll be talking about 3 specific projects. And the reasons for that is because in order for us to do some of the high level financial
assumptions or to make those assumptions, we need to do some financial or some budget modelling. But in order to do the budget modelling, we need to make some assumptions around the projects, and that's what we're wanting to talk to you about today. So the objectives for today is to provide you with elected members with some comfort around our operating and project budgets, noting the revisions that have happened to date since we started developing the 24-34 long-term plan. So they're set out further on in the workshop and seeking direction from you with respect to budget assumptions on those 3 project items listed there. So we've got workshops on the curbside refuse service, Matter Sedgeton Drive and the infrastructure for that site, and a workshop on the Cambridge Water Tower. So all of the discussions will form the assumptions that we're putting into the budget modelling that we'll be discussing with you on Wednesday this week. This is a very joint effort, so I'm going to hand over to George.
Thanks, Melissa. All right, so as Melissa said, the first part of today is just to have a conversation with you around the budget revisions to date. So you have asked for further information around our general budgets and just seeking assurance that they've been really well considered. And that is the purpose of this section of the workshops today. So the slides that will come up after this are really outlining years 2 to 10 of the 24-34 LTP, with where we are sitting with the current budget with the 25-34 LTP. So it's a direct comparison between them. So through the development of the long-term plan, a number of budget revisions were completed, and this is normal and natural, and scrutiny always applied as part of our long-term planning process and our cyclical budgeting processes. The numbers that we've put in here today are around 3 parts of the business, so it can be split into 3 parts. So one is our CapEx projects that we deliver, one is our OpEx projects that we deliver, and the third bucket is around our non-project operating expenses. So that just puts in a little bit more context. And I just wanted to sort of go back at that high level in terms of the principles that have been applied when we've looked through all of these budget revisions over the last number of months now. So our projects are very much guided by the strategic priorities, Ahuaki, and the prioritisation principles, as have been guided by you. So we are responding to those. As in regard to our non-project operating expenses, again, it's about the guidance that we've received and staff have responded to. So we've been very cognizant of not compromising any health and safety and wellbeing aspects. We've also received guidance that we are not at this point lowering our levels of service, not to take extreme unsustainable action within our budgeting processes, and to not proactively reduce staff headcount. So they're the principles that we've been advised on, and that's how we've gone about scrutinising our budgets over the last few months. So the next slide, and I just so the next slide is around the 2 buckets that I just mentioned before. And on the 16th, you do get a little bit more information about these 2 buckets. But this is really to show you those movements over the 9 years in regards to our CapEx projects and our OpEx projects. And you can see some significant reductions in there as we've gone through the development between the 24 LTP and where we're sitting now. So that's quite a significant reduction based upon those principles that I just highlighted to you. If we now move on, this is in regards to the 3rd bucket that I talked about. So this is our non-project operating expenses, and we've at your request provided a lower level of detail in regards to these. Before I just make a few points, I did just want to highlight 3 areas. So within your memo, on page 4 of the memo, it says 13 new roles. That should say 21 new roles. And on page 5 of the memo, there's an other employee-related costs. It should not say total at the bottom. It should say other employee-related costs. And on the column to the right, the sum of the 25 to 34 LTP, instead of 17.685 million, it should be 16.846, so a reduction there. Okay, so I just wanted to point that out. So just in the memo in regards to these expenses, you'll see that staff have broken them down into 5 key areas for you to have a look at in more detail. A number of these areas are outside of council's control to some extent in terms of the influences that are made on them. And the other point that I wanted to make is there's been a lot of work going from the enhanced, when we pivoted to the enhanced annual plan through to the LTP, and through that process, staff have been forced to have a really good look at the business. And this is a reflection of that work here. So you can see there has been some significant reductions in some places, but as you would expect, we're looking at a 9-year period in here, and there will naturally be increases over time as the business goes through that extensive period of time and in response to market conditions. Just to point out too, which I should have done earlier, is that these numbers in here are not inflated. And that's really, I really want to leave it, just putting those key points to you and just asking if there are any points of clarification on any substantive matters.
Water everywhere. Claire.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate all of the information that was provided and the response to my questions in particular. I just wanted to go back to the principles, I guess, that the material was, or the budget's revisions were done, because I suppose that's on page 32 of our pack, because about levels of service are not to be lowered. I do recall a discussion actually where it was put forward that it might be time to consider some reductions in service levels, and I would certainly be open to that given the level of rates increases that are being proposed. So is it workable to consider that now or like going forward?
Afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all. And thank you for your question, Councillor Clare. I think it was in my first week or two, actually, that it was in a workshop here while I was trying to figure out where the lunchroom was and everything else. So I think it was in an early meeting of mine, but I do remember that conversation about levels of service and always knowing that we want to set these principles and then let them guide the staff's work program, but knowing the pressures that councillors are under and the organisation's under. But I do recall that we had a long chat about that and decided that in this particular instance, we actually don't have time to do that. And a level of service review is a significant piece of work. It's not a quick piece of work. And these are common conversations around council tables across the country. So it's not a denial of the importance of levels of service or something particular to Waipa, but it does require a substantive piece of work that we would have signalled earlier in the piece. And I would also carefully say that often levels of service, you do a significant piece of work and don't actually end up with significant reductions in your OPEX side of your P&L or your balance sheet. So there's a lot of work often for very little gain. That sounds like a good thing to do, and in principle I would agree, but I think the decision has been made in this process. That does not preclude levels of service to be reviewed in coming years.
That's been really helpful. I guess I just see the figures that we're facing with the increases, and what are the levers have we got to work with to try and trim even more of those increases? And if it's not possible to do with levels of service, then what other ways could it be approached? Now, I appreciate that there's been information given also about I suppose the work that staff have done on OPEX budgets and things like that. Yeah, so I guess yeah, I'm still pretty uncomfortable with the increases that are being suggested. So what other, I suppose, pathways are there?
So to your point, councillor, I think the financial strategy work that we are going to discuss on Wednesday, and Wednesday's meeting will be really important. And to me, Susan's critical point is, I think we can focus a lot on costs, but actually it's revenue that we also need to focus on, and the scenarios that the team has been working on to create options for councillors, knowing that in June next year, you're going to want to put your hand on your heart and say, we explored all options and both sides of the ledger. I think that workshop will be helpful to then determine which options are going to create a preference for the teams to do more work on. Having said that, I don't think we're going to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat, but we're doing our very best to provide all options in terms of scenarios, and that financial strategy work that Councillor Montgomery has been asking for, I think, is critical as part of that conversation. But we hear your message and we understand the concerns.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate your feedback on that. And I'm not sure whether or not it's the right time to mention this now or on Wednesday, but it's to do with the statement funding the balance sheet, because I would really like that to be unpacked really clearly and unambiguously, so that the ordinary person out in the street understands what that means and what we were doing previously with that balance sheet and what we are now proposing to do.
I think we would wholeheartedly agree with you, councillor, and the plan is to do that, team, is to spend some time, I'm not quite sure when, but to do exactly that. We absolutely agree that we need to unpack that and make sure that everybody is on the same page about what it is and explain that for the community.
Yeah, so absolutely. Thanks, Steph. So clear. That is one of the, before we start getting into our budget scenario discussions on Wednesday, there's some questions that we want to really delve down into so that we all understand. And that is one of those specific questions as well. And I did just want to touch on just the approach on Wednesday too, in terms of, you know, your comments about what levers, etc. So we've got quite a long journey to take on Wednesday as we go through that conversation. And absolutely, as we work through that, there will be an opportunity at the end of that to then have a discussion around what next. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Monty.
I can't let this screen go without just having a moment to critique it, if I may. And if I'm wrong, Yolanda, you tell me I'm wrong, okay? And look, I applaud you with what you're trying to do here. You're trying to give us a level of comfort that that you have done a line by line of OPEX and cut the business reasonably tight, which we've been asking for. So my critique is just, I'm not sure that this slide actually quite satisfies that, because you're comparing the 24-34 LTP, which we got to a certain stage before we abandoned it, with what we're now facing. So it was sort of a three-quarter baked LTP against what we've got now. The claim at the top that there's only an increase of $3 million, that's the bit I was like, not sure. The depreciation, as you can see in the top of box 2, you've decreased the depreciation by almost $55 million because of the change in the CapEx plan. So if you take that out, we're actually comparing across the two budgets an increase in OPEX of some $58 million. Is that correct? Are you happy with that analysis?
I don't have the numbers, but the analysis makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. So, which again, it's not unreasonable. I looked at it and I've thought about it quite a lot. And I actually don't have a problem with the staff statements that you have been through the OPEX budget and through multiple iterations and have have, trimmed and trimmed and trimmed. I don't have a problem with that. But I don't think this particularly supports it, okay? And look, I might be wrong, might not be, but let's stick with this. My starting position is I'm actually pretty happy. And I actually don't think we should be diving down into a line by line OPEX assessment anyway on an LTP. I've got three arguments for that. Dave Foster, when he set up there, he made the point pretty clearly that an LTP is not the place to do a line by line OPEX. The place to do that is in our reporting to F&C and in our annual plan. And I really believe that the LTP is the big picture stuff. It's what the balance sheet's going to look like. It's our big CapEx projects, that sort of stuff. And it's a full 10-year view of what we're doing. So that's what we should be focusing on: balance sheet, debt, projects and stuff, not line by line OPEX. My second argument, we have a new CE. I have a view that a CE should always be driving efficiency in any business they're in charge of. And given we've got a new CE, I don't think it's appropriate for us to be doing line by line. I'm looking forward to holding Steph to account to that in about a year's time when we do an annual plan. And finally, this change, my third argument, this change to a view of our LTP where we're no longer just funding that year's operations, but we're actually funding our balance sheet. And Claire, I take your point. We will be wanting to more fulsomely discuss this. Once you make that jump, there's no point analysing line by line OPEX because it doesn't help you out anyway. You're trying to solve a balance sheet problem here, not an annual operations problem. So started with a critique, finished with I'm happy. So that's me. Thanks.
Thanks, Monty. Andrew, then Roger.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, so I just want to say I'm totally on board with what Monty's just expressed. And while, Dave Foster doesn't have the answer for anything, another one of the things he said is when you're looking at an LTP, detail is not your friend. And it absolutely isn't, because one of the things you said, Melissa, at the beginning is, high levels of uncertainty and all the rest of it. This is a plan going forward. Going forward, no one knows what the hell's going to happen. There's uncertainty is just a given, and no quantity of detail is going to make us make absolutely perfect decisions. It's just not possible. So I'm not really concerned about the detail. I trust you guys have done the work on, the line by line OPEX, CapEx. So, we're not here to do that. That's your job. And I'm sure you're doing it well. So I'm with Monty. I'm happy. Let's go forward.
Thanks, Andrew. Roger, I believe you have a question.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mayor Susan. I just want to reflect back on what Claire said. And I'm also concerned about that high level of projected rates increase in year one, 17.12%. I honestly think that our community can't afford that high level of rates increase. And I also reflect on the fact that we're talking about this being a 9-year plan. And yet when I look at the projected rates increases, it's front loaded, 17.12, then 12, then 7, and then a series of 2% for the remainder of that 9 years. And I suppose the question comes from that: why has it got to be front loaded like that? If we're looking at a 9-year plan, and I know that there are some costs relating to deferring certain investments, why can't we even that 17.12 over subsequent years?
Thanks, Roger. I think George is going to answer that one for you.
Yeah, and again, absolutely. We hear what you're saying, Councillor Gordon, and appreciate the question. I think Wednesday would be a better place to have that discussion as we work through the budget scenarios. So the purpose of today is to provide you with some further information and for staff to get clarity on some three specific projects to feed into that budget scenario modelling. And on Wednesday will be the time to delve into those specific questions.
Okay.
Thanks, George. Any other comment before staff move on to the next session? No? Away you go. Oh, Claire.
I'd just like to respond to the comments about we don't need the detail. I don't disagree entirely, but it still needs to make sense to me. And if there are big increases, even in some of those line items, I want to understand what's behind it. Is it reasonable and stuff like that? That was one of the reasons why I asked for additional information in that general ledger budget slide, so that we could have a look at the quantum of the variances and the percentages as well, because that gives you an idea, is that reasonable over a 9 or 10 year period, and the chance to then dig a bit deeper into those things. Yeah, so I still, I'm not going to be as hands-off as some other people might be, but I appreciate we need the right balance. Yeah, but if I want to ask a question about particular figures, I want to feel that I've got the right to do that. That's all. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. Ken, did you want to answer that one? No, you're fine.
Can I support Claire in that request, please?
Lou, did you want to?
I think listening to this conversation was quite your interest. We actually sat just recently in audit and risk, and we went through a lot of issues that we're dealing with now. The problem that we have when we go line by line is that the figures are not going to be accurate at all. We have not quantified inflation at all in these figures. We do not know what interest rates are going to be. We do not know, for example, how high things like insurance are going to go. The cost structures are going to be quite variable. I'm not even at this moment talking about the variabilities of our own central government. We've got to be able to see and have just an overview of our objectives that we can go forward with. But if we have line by line, we get bogged down in detail. And I feel I thank you for what you've done, but to me personally, I'd rather just have a look at the objectives that we need to obtain and where we need to go. Because I think that we're going to have to be extremely mobile and extremely agile to get through this interim period. But the unfortunate part is that none of us have a perfect picture of even a year from now. Tomorrow.
Yeah. So in regard to the comments the councillor has just made, I mean, some of those uncertainties that you referred to, I mean, obviously the key thing there is that the LTP will be very clear about what assumptions have been used to apply inflation to, interest rate outlook, etc. So so that is coming. And of course, the other thing in the context of the LTP, and we do need to move on, I support George's call that a lot of this is probably more Wednesday stuff. But look, the other thing to bear in mind is obviously, we set an LTP, but then every year we do review with an annual plan, and that kind of is the opportunity to reset. So so at a very high level, would just offer up those comments.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Yeah, it's super challenging. Yeah, absolutely. Once you think you've got the number right, it will have changed, right? So, look, can I take it, given that there's not a whole lot of strident majority, no, we're totally off beam here, not comfortable. I'm taking it therefore that there is a level of comfort as requested in one of those slides. Where was it? Just shooting backwards and forwards here. In terms of those operating and project budget revisions to date, I believe that's the case. Not trying to ignore and set aside, obviously, Roger and Claire's request or desire for greater clarity and granular information. I think as a general group, we seem to be reasonably comfortable with where that's sitting. With that, so I suspect we can move on then to the next items in our workshop papers.
Perfect. Thanks, Susan.
Thanks, team, and thank you for your hard work. It's not been, I know a lot of you have been working all weekend solidly on this. I appreciate that.
I'd like to invite Brian up now to talk about the curbside refuse collection service. So this was something that was considered as part of the workshop discussion on the 10th of September. So we're just wanting to again have this discussion with you to make sure we're getting these budget assumptions right to feed into the workshop on the 16th.
Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, Brian.
Hi. So just get to the first slide. There we go. So you'll recall in 2023, we did the waste minimisation plan and well, actually, sorry, I'll just stop and just address the slide that's in front of you first. This will provide you that more detail for your meeting on the 16th, and it's a good opportunity to ask questions or make observations that we can then use in our further development of options going forward with you. So the background then, the refuse collection has been a private operation in Waipa for 20 years or more than 20 years now, I believe. And that was on the basis of there were private companies providing a service, and it worked pretty well, and council didn't want to, at that stage, I guess, run a competing service that could be quite confusing for the residents across the district. But there have been some negative impacts of that. Obviously, not everybody is using a service or may not get an economical type service. There's certainly people in the community when we went with consultation on our waste management and minimisation plan that they said council should be operating a service, as many other councils in the country do. We have that confusion. People see the contracted services happening in the district, and they believe somehow that council's actually running the contract, and that we will therefore manage issues that arise when things are not collected. So it's been, yeah, over many years, it has been quite a problem to manage that expectation. In recent times, council asked us to explore having a refuse collection service, and in particularly around trading the food waste type service, which was to be mandatory, but is now looking like that's going to be put off for a while by the government. So in 2023, we did some initial modelling with a company called Eunomia, and they looked at different models of operation and how others were doing it around the country. And we explored this concept of pay-as-you-throw, which is sort of operated to encourage people to reduce their waste because there is a cost associated with it. And we know that that works well in some areas, but we also know there's a lot of councils that just operate a fairly uniform rates-funded service that's not pay-as-you-throw. And certainly the larger urban areas, municipalities operate in that way. And I think it's on the basis that it works out to be very economical and easy to manage with a large population. And it also makes the service very uniform across the city or the town, whereas that pay-as-you-throw may not hit all the targets that we're after. So we've got those problems of contamination. We've got a high incidence of dumping rubbish on our rural roadsides, whether that be sacks of rubbish or, household appliances and bits of other furniture. So what we've done here is developed up a scenario and created this provisional estimate that can be used in the LTP modelling for a refuse service. And as I mentioned, the government's reviewing that requirement around a food waste collection. There are certainly a number of cities and towns around the country who are providing that service now already, but it's not mandatory until the government takes decisions around whether that should be a priority across the country or not. So then, why introduce a refuse service? And I guess this would be the argument put forward in the LTP to our residents. So we know from the modelling work, and we know from what other councils are delivering to their ratepayers and what they charge, that a council contracted service would be cheaper, and in many cases, quite substantially cheaper. Even for a person who's putting out one plastic rubbish sack a week, which they buy at the supermarket, a council operated service would still be cheaper than that. So if council's running it, then we do have more oversight of the way it's performed, the days of the week that it's operated, the customer service type issues that arise, but also gathering information about, how much rubbish do people put out, what types of rubbish it is, all those sorts of things can be collected in the contract data. So there is that expectation, as I say, from the public that council should provide a service. And because our recycling contract will come to an end 30th of June 2026, we got the opportunity to tender either one large contract or two contracts together, which then there might be synergy in overhead costs and management costs, which would help keep the costs down for our ratepayers. And the assumptions we've used, that it would be a wheelie bin as opposed to a bag service. And I know some councils around the country still operate bag services, but it does mean that a driver has to get out of the truck and pick up bags and throw them, often, up a reasonable height. So it's quite a laborious task. There's lots of injuries to people who are operating that sort of service. And on our rural roads or roads with high traffic volumes, it's not particularly safe having drivers getting in and out of trucks. And if you've got a driver and a runner working together, then you've got that risk of the truck driver driving off and the runner has tripped or stumbled or is too close to the truck. So all of those risks are there with a bag type service. Certainly the operators that we've spoken to say that they much prefer a wheelie bin type service for safety and reducing injuries to staff. So the service, we would pick a service or a bin size and a frequency that would suit the vast majority of our residents, and it would cover all the urban properties and those fringe properties. So we would need to map, we haven't done it at this stage, but that would be a task that we'll have to do in terms of mapping what areas could be reasonably serviced and to get the total number of households. But as I say there in the potential exclusions, it's not a rural service due to the cost, because the cost of servicing the rural area is another 2 to 3 times the cost of doing the urban areas. That's simply because of the distance travelled. That's where a lot of the cost is in the collection component of the contract, which we heard from Eunomia. And it wouldn't be for large retirement villages or body corporates. So we wouldn't have a large truck going in and trying to collect around narrow roads in a retirement village. They would continue to operate their own refuse service. And as I say, it wouldn't be a pay-as-you-throw scheme. The costs, so it's in 3 parts. The system set up, and that's around both tendering, but the council systems that need to be changed our rating system, our customer services system, and then the support of extra people needed at the time that the service is rolled out. We know from our experience, whenever you roll out a new one of these services, there's the large task of just making sure everybody gets a bin, but then dealing with all the startup issues and the customer inquiries that flood in for the first 3 or 4 months after a service starts. So there's quite a bit of cost on that. A bin purchase, as we did with the recycling cost, it's a one-off purchase cost, which is typically loan funded and paid off annually over 10 years. And then there's the cost of adding extra bins for those new households that arrive every year, but also maintenance of bins. We'd need an extra person to manage the contract and the overheads that go with that for a new service. And then the contracted cost for a contractor to operate the service is around that 3.2 million a year. That's a very broad estimate at this stage based on the Eunomia findings. But obviously, once we know how many properties and could do some more detailed work and compare ourselves also with similar councils and what they're charging, we would get to a better estimate. But then it's still up to what the market will deliver. How many contract tenders we get, the distance they have to cart to the landfill, all of those things impact the final cost. But as I say, it would still be from what our residents are paying now for bags or a private wheelie bin contract that they might have. Our residents would still make a substantial saving every year, particularly if you've got a wheelie bin service at the moment. The cost could perhaps be less than half of what you're paying now for a council service. And yes, those are next steps, but happy to take any questions on that.
Thanks, Brian. Monty, Philip and Andrew, and then Claire.
Thanks, Brian. Can you just clarify whether those cost estimates are in the V1 budget that we have been workshopping thus far?
It's a good question for Melissa.
So what Brian's just talked you through now is in the budget that will be presented on Wednesday.
Thanks. And just to finish off my turn, I would like to float the idea of not doing this and pushing this out. And I'd really like to hear what others say, and it'll probably flow through to Wednesday, but that's the point of this, right? To get the heads up. And I would probably, given what we're facing, I would probably push this out to years 3 or 4 or whenever our balance sheet comes right, is my inclination.
Thanks, Monty. Philip, Andrew, Claire, then Roger.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for this. I fully support the wheelie bins, having wheelie bins as refuge bins, and I've seen it in other areas and things like that, so I really do support it. Whether we delay it or not is another discussion, but and you mentioned just cost just then. I've had a large wheelie bin, sort of yellow paper recycling type size bin. That's been about $20 a month, including just, so what you said, it would probably be significantly less or could be less. Would it be less than that or?
So I guess there's plenty of websites for bin suppliers and with pricing showing what it costs. So if you have a weekly service, then that's the most expensive because that's all the extra cartage. A lot of councils
$20 a month.
Yes.
Or 1 month.
Yeah.
One pickup.
Yeah, so you got a fortnightly cost. So, I mean, that sounds very cheap to me. A lot of the services are around $50 a month for a fortnightly pickup with a big bin on the website for different suppliers within our district. So you're probably getting very good value for money there. But certainly, weekly collection is more expensive, a fortnightly collection, so it could come down a bit below that 3.2 million. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a local service which I've been using for 20 years, 20 plus years.
might be
Right,
getting
everyone
a
wants to know
special
who that
rate.
is now. Circulate it to all everyone. Now, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. So there's no, how can I put this? Council's not incurring any costs with our current system of rubbish disposal, apart from administering the contract. Is that correct?
Yeah, we don't have any contracts at the moment, so council doesn't supply any services in this space at the moment, either for transfer stations or any collections of refuse. Our costs that we do have are obviously, we have some customer service costs, and that we're constantly answering questions from people saying, when is my rubbish going to be picked up? We have probably several $100,000 a year in illegal dumping, where we're picking up off rural roadsides, whether it's bags of rubbish, green waste or things. And obviously we have several $100,000 in contamination costs in our recycling that we're currently paying every year.
Okay, so you're not interested in, or we're not interested in pay as you throw because of the dumping issue that's likely to continue or worsen possibly.
Yeah. So there's two issues there. I guess if people are struggling to afford to pay a commercial contractor now, either bags or bins, then if we give them a pay-as-you-throw scheme, they are unlikely to change their financial situation won't change. There was one more point. Gosh,
that's okay.
Where's my brain?
One last thing. So just Monty's, you'd want to defer this because of the capital cost involved? Because I'm thinking that in terms of the revenue metric, it's probably good for us.
Yeah, that's a fair call. So it's primarily capital. Yeah, and I take your point about the revenue and its implication on the balance sheet. Yeah, okay. And the several $100,000 of illegal dumping and contamination is a significant factor too. I just floated the idea, right?
But I'm very pleased to see it in the budgets we're going to get on Wednesday, because that gives us something to really compare with. Yeah. And just a little comment, TCDC has brought in the throw as you, and I think it works brilliantly for them, because I bring all my bloody rubbish home now.
Yes, that point I was going to make that it just left my mind was that setting up a pay-as-you-throw scheme where we perhaps charged residents different values depending on the bin size they had or the frequency it was picked up, or tags. What we're thinking is that administrative burden within council to try and manage each individual property as a separate customer with potentially slightly different thing would be administratively very difficult for us to do.
Yeah, and look, I actually don't think it would work for us here at all. I think that your approach is absolutely bang on.
Thanks, Andrew. Oh, sorry.
Can I just make a point of clarification? So the purpose of this discussion is we do have budget in the budget version that we'll be presenting on Wednesday. We've got budget in to deliver a curbside refuse service. If you want to explore that or continue looking at what that service could look like, we'll have further discussions through this process to better understand what that service could look like. And options for consultation around that. If you would like us, or if you don't want to proceed with this service, that's the purpose of this discussion.
Okay. Claire, Roger, then Marcus.
Yeah. Thanks. I like the thought that's gone into it. I'm not totally in rapture over it. I'm disappointed that the rural people can't benefit from it, because we have heard from them that they don't like to miss out on rubbish services because they're like everyone else and they have to manage it somehow. I'm reluctant to add any more to the budget because I think that we're under pressure, and I'm still not exactly sure how much is in the version of the budget we'll see on Wednesday. By the sound of it, there was some exploratory money but not necessarily implementing it and operating it. So this would be a significant increase. So maybe Melissa could just clarify that.
I'm just going to call on Yolanda. Can you please clarify that? Don't want to get this bit wrong.
So what we've included for Wednesday is basically what you see on the screen. So 1.8 for CapEx at the start of the project and then implementing it in the later years. It was a starting point for this discussion, just to have something in and show what the effect would be.
Okay, cool. No, thanks a lot. Look, I'm really conscientious with the amount of rubbish that my household has to cope with. I've loved the recycling bins, which actually increased my costs because I was quite happy to voluntarily recycle all my plastics and glass and cardboard. So that's been a cost that I've borne because other people haven't learnt that behaviour and we need to rate for it. And now we have also contamination issues, which is not providing, I suppose it means we're not achieving, you know, that level of recycling that we hoped we would achieve. Now, if this gets introduced, it's again going to significantly increase my household's costs. Honestly, we'd be lucky if we put out 9 bags a year, okay? So that's $40 because I recycle as much, I compost as much, I reuse as much or not buy stuff, okay? So, and that's on top of the recycling cost that I'm having to pay as a ratepayer because I was prepared to do that, you know, in my own way. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not that comfortable with it from a cost perspective. I appreciate that, you know, you're wanting to avoid fly tipping and, you know, the cleaning up, I suppose, bad behaviour in other places and things like that. I'm not sure if this would completely eliminate that anyway. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I'm reluctant to increase the budgets any further at this point, and yeah, it's not going to meet my needs as a household where we do try and minimise our waste anyway, and it's not able to help out or address the rubbish needs for the rural community.
Thanks, Claire. Now, Steph's got a question for you, Claire.
I have.
And then after that, I've got Roger, Marcus and Dale-Marie.
No, I was going to say, I think, you know, with every big issue and change of behaviour, there's like a bell curve and there's those right out the front and right down the end, and you must be right out the front, Claire. So well done you to reduce your rubbish to that amount. Well done. And that's where we all need to get to. You're right. My question was just for the team. I'm conscious, just a question of clarification really. So you don't want to see costs increase, but you made a comment at the start that you want to see rural people included, and Brian's comments was that would create, the cost would increase by 2 to 3 times the amount to do that. So you're saying it's something we should consider and think about for the future, but not now, or is it something that you're asking us to consider? I was a little bit confused by those 2 statements.
Yeah, because they're contradictory, I guess. I think we got quite a bit of feedback when we did the recycling consultation, that the rural community definitely wanted to be in on that conversation. So I suppose, yeah, I feel that it's the wrong time now, like push it out if we were going to do it, but have some really good conversations with the rural community to see how it might work for them. Yeah, because yeah, it probably isn't feasible, you know, to do the frequency of collection or something, but there might be a way that it could be managed for people that live on, you know, in the further reaches of our district. Yeah, just, yeah.
Thanks for that clarification, helpful.
I think all the rural people are taking up Phil's one, but yeah, Roger, Marcus and then Dale-Marie.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Susan. Just for information, I share a green bin rubbish collection, which is the same size bin as our yellow bins, and it costs me $11.38 a month. So approximately $3 a week for a weekly green bin collection. So I think from individuals that are concerned about it, that's a reasonably cheap cost. I'm of a similar mind to Monty. and to Claire in that obviously over this current budget where we've got those larger increases on the first 3 years, I would be really interested to see what the quantum is of the cost of this service and how much moving it down to year 4 of our plan would mean in terms of a reduction in the rates increases on years 2 and years 3. So that would be my wish, for it to be deferred to year 4. Thanks.
Thanks, Roger. Hey, just point of clarification, when you say a green bin, you mean that's the colour of your bin and that it's for rubbish and not green waste?
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's for rubbish. It's green in colour.
Good eye. Just want to clarify that.
The same size as our yellow ones.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks for that.
Yep.
I think we're next to Marcus and then Delmarie.
Yeah, I haven't got anything further to add really of what's been said. I think it would be better to look at putting it off or just binning it all together. Yeah, but I mean, I'm the same. I mean, I use one bag every, probably use 5 bags a year at that. And I think with our cost constraints and stuff, I think this is something that we can, even though you said there's budget in there, I think it still needs to be looked at in ways.
It's because you're always dining out, Marcus. Delmarie and then Lou.
I'm just going to be quick. I'm going to coattail off the CEO and the Bell corridor. And I'd like to see how much we could have a look at how long the behaviour changed out at Raglan. Because I know that when we sit around here, we don't look at rubbish as being sexy. But I think when we're looking for revenue, I think we're not looking in the right places either, because I can think of things that we can make money from rubbish. And we can see out at Raglan how they're now selling back the food waste as compost to their communities and the wonderful initiatives they've got out there. I'm not saying we would do exactly the same as them, but I just think we keep looking at rubbish as something that's not revenue maker, and it can be. So I'm for these great things, and I like Eunomia reports. They're great. Kia ora.
Thanks, Delmarie. Any other corridor? Oh, Lou, sorry.
That's right. Look, just a bit of clarification. I've read this and the idea, was a bit new to me. It was like, I just want to ask, the contracted service that we have at 3.2 million, what is the length of time on that? The length of the contract? Because we're comparing this to, longer term. So I need to know what that is. And the other thing is, when we look at the OPEX or the capital expense, CapEx, sorry, do we include the vehicles that we're going to be purchasing? Because we'll need vehicles for either side, Cambridge, Te Awamutu, and the numbers of them.
Very good. So for these types of contracts around the country, typically the councils will just tender on the open market, so they won't buy trucks themselves or set up. But a compactor truck will typically last about 7 years. What we see with the current compactor trucks for the recycling service is that they are getting close to the end of their life, and they are needing quite a bit more maintenance, refurbishment, because there's these moving parts, arms grabbing, throwing bins in the back and compactors. It's all really high wear and tear. So the maintenance costs really start to go up. So about 7 years is the life of a truck, with the kilometres that they'll drive and the mechanical parts. And that 3.2 million is that collection, the administration, and of course taking carting the material that longer distance to Hampton Downs or another sort of certified landfill site. So that's all part of that operating cost.
All I was really questioning, Brian, was more the fact of how long does that cover, that contract time? Is that for a year, 3 years, 4 years?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's 1 year's operation.
1 year, thank you. That
operation.
quantifies what I wanted.
Yeah, Monty, and then to me, and we'll put this one to bed, I think.
Sorry, second go. I just been thinking about Andrew and conversing with me about this, what taking away 3 million of revenue does to your debt headroom, which translates to $10 million reduction in your debt headroom. And this is to you, Ken, this question. The problem with the logic of saying that we are rating to fix our balance sheet, therefore we can spend it, that takes away the option that you've got to rapidly repay debt. And that's kind of probably what I'm objecting to a little bit. So I get that we are rating to fund the balance sheet, but I want to fix the balance sheet really fast. Faster the better, because it gives us optionality. So I actually want to do this, but I just floating the idea that we don't do it now, that we make a yes for sort of thing. Now, Ken, that logic that I just applied, the debt over time, the debt headroom gets pretty big on the forecast. Yeah, exactly, giving us a lot of optionality, and one of those options is to rapidly repay debt, fix our balance sheet, which is to the good of all our ratepayers.
Yes, that's right. So, so look, bearing in mind, it's actually the covenant works on a net debt provision. So either either cash held in reserve or repayment of debt. Obviously, is the other option. Both things would improve the balance sheet. So therefore, Dave Foster saying, you haven't got a cost problem, you've got a revenue problem, because that revenue is taking care of the balance sheet in regard to the net debt.
Cool. Me? Okay, look, just final sort of comment from me before we wrap this one up. I guess there's, for me, I see it sort of sitting a little bit on the fence, but I think more on the side of let's just keep it in. And I understand that staff are happy to do the financial modelling so it can be turned off or on. We can discuss that further on Wednesday. But I guess the things that are floating through my mind are things, the fact that this can be provided at a reduced cost to our residents and ratepayers means it's a win. It's not really about, it's a bottom line for them if they can get a service cheaper, whether it's through the rates or through buying bins or bags. I think that that's a win for our residents, and obviously the obvious win too in terms of reduced costs around fly tipping. Also interesting, there could be opportunities in terms of employment opportunities, and that sort of dovetails quite well into the anchor institution kind of discussion that we're having. And off the back of that too, education and moving towards it becoming quite aligned with our waste minimisation strategy, which is actually probably the bit that's stringing out loudest in my head, because it's technically an unsustainable pastime, right? So we've got to move beyond just this. We've got to get to that other space. So those are sort of the bits that resonate for me, and the need to move into an era where we de-incentivise the creation of that waste in and of itself. But look, as I said, I think the staff are going to model both options for us, and we can discuss it more on Wednesday. Marcus, you look like you're egging to say something.
Yes. Well,
Quickly.
I just think, if you look at the performance of our recycling contract, and I don't think anything's ever been done by council that could have been done cheaper by the private sector, and I'm pretty dubious that I don't think I'm going to see a reduction in my rates by having a council-led rubbish service, and I don't think the majority of people that I know would either. Sorry, Brian, but no.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Yeah, sorry, skeptical, yeah.
And it's not a reduction in rates, it's a reduction in household costs.
A reduction in household costs.
And then there's all those other things too about the fly tipping costs.
I realise that, but people inherently, I think would get more bang from our buck doing the food scrap recycling service, because that would mean less contamination than our recycling bins, and our recycling contract has gone through the roof because food and all that kind of stuff. And I think rubbish is looking after us.
Cool. Okay, that's probably a discussion for the next LTP. But for now, I think we'll leave it and we'll revisit this discussion again on Wednesday. So you've kind of got a little bit of we'll keep it in for now, but let's fish out a little further before we totally bin it. See what I did there? So move on to the next one. Thank you very much, Brian.
So just to clarify, we will present a scenario on not including a refuse service on Wednesday. That's all for this part of the session, noting that the next two project items will be in public excluded.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that, team. The last two items, obviously, public